Board of Supervisors meeting. We are going to call our meeting to order, and I believe it's 9:02. We will all be present today. Supervisor Alejo and Lopez are on their way, and Supervisors Daniels, Church, and Askew are currently present. Do we have any additions or corrections to our closed session this morning?
No additions or corrections.
Okay, no additions or corrections. We have closed session items 1A through C. Is there any public comment on closed session this morning? We have no one here. Do we have anyone in chambers for public comment this morning? Any public comment on closed session? No. Anyone online for public comment on closed session?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, we'll do one more call for public comment on closed session. And then we'll close public comment on closed session. We'll recess for closed session. We'll be back here again. We also need to, okay, yes. So we'll recess for closed session. We're going to call to order the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. It is 9 a.m. We again have Supervisors Lopez and Alejo will be present shortly. Supervisors Askew, Daniels, and Church are currently present. We have one item on the closed session agenda for Water Resources Agency. Is there any public comment on our Water Resource Agency closed session agenda? Anyone in chambers? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised.
All right, last call for public comment for Water Resources Agency closed session. Seeing no hands raised, we'll recess for closed session for Water Resources Agency. I think it's our only two closed session items, agendas today, and we'll be back here at 10:30 a.m. for our open session board meeting. Thank you.
Monterey County 911, where is the emergency?
All right, we'll give the IT team a heads up. We'll be starting here in a few seconds. Perfect, they're ahead of me. I've got 3 supervisors and a lawyer, so I'm going to start going here. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly. With that, I'm going to call for any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda.
There is one. There's a correction to item number 64 under general government, and that is a revised board report was received.
All right, so at this point, we'll turn to Diego and see if he'll give us the announcement of the interpreter, please.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. And with that, we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to see if Supervisor Alejo doesn't mind leading us this morning.
We can all rise for our nation's pledge. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We need to keep fighting for that all. That's right. All right. With that, we're going to look at our ceremonial resolutions. We're looking at items 2 and 3 this morning. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove an item from our resolutions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public, see if there's anybody who wants to pull an item from our resolutions this morning. See nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom. Got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? I'll second those and then ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Okay, so with that, we've got 2 resolutions to present this morning. I'll do the first, which is item 3, and then ask Supervisor Daniels to follow me after with her. So for this morning's presentation, I'm going to ask Jesse Martinez to join me in the front. All right, so this morning we are honoring Jesse Martinez, thanking him for 33 years and 9 months of service to Monterey County residents. Can we give him a round of applause? Incredible. He started in 1991, right? That was your start date with Monterey County? Incredible. So as I look at this, there was a few of these that I really wanted to read out because they were very important. So the first one that stood out to me here was beyond the date, was that he was key to Monterey County being ranked among the top 3 counties in California in all families work participation rate, the WPR, and successfully meeting and exceeding WPR performance goals for the past 9 years in a row. 9 years. All right. And as the senior facilitator for the CalWorks Employment Services Job Search Workshop team, he provided job coaching, training, advocacy, and most importantly, hope to hundreds of our community parents seeking self-sufficiency through employment and the resources needed to push through the significant barriers and stigmas faced by families in poverty. We all know that stigma. And for Jesse to put that at the core of his work every single day for our families in Monterey County is something that is admirable. And I just want you to know that we, as the supervisors, stopped our meeting today to thank you for your 33 years and 9 months of service to all Monterey County residents and congratulate you upon your well-earned retirement. Thank you for all that you've done to improve the lives of those who needed hope and help more than anybody else. Jesse, the work you've done is more than commendable, and it's an honor to be here today to present this resolution to you upon your retirement.
Thank you very much. Yes, it has been close to 34 years, and to me it has been a blink of an eye. I have enjoyed working with Monterey County individuals at different levels. It has been my pleasure working with them. To me, it has been so fulfilling that I'm thankful that I chose this career. And I do not regret anything. I love it. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And of course, I want to thank all my coworkers. They're here to support me. They're great with all their support. We made a lot of things possible.
Let's get him up here for the photo.
Let's get them. Coming up.
Don't be shy. All right, let's sit that down. Obviously don't know who I'm talking to.
Why, thank you, Chris. And Melanie, Nick, and Andy, are you in the audience? And will you come on up here, please? Okay, who do you have? Sorry.
Mel, Nick, and Fable.
And Fable, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here. This is an extra special resolution on the eve of perhaps the very best event we have on the Monterey Peninsula, which is coming up this Saturday. So in advance of Monterey Peninsula Pride, the County of Monterey would like to issue you three and all members of Monterey Peninsula Pride a Board of Supervisors resolution. And I will read some of the resolution and have a few remarks, and then I'd love it if you have any remarks you guys would like to add. So, whereas the Monterey Peninsula is home to a richly diverse and vibrant LGBTQIA+ community whose contributions enhance the cultural, civic, and social fabric of the region. Whereas Monterey Peninsula Pride envisions a more connected, celebratory, and inclusive Monterey Bay area, where LGBTQIA+ people and their allies thrive in a spirit of mutual respect, support, and joy. And whereas the mission of Monterey Peninsula Pride is to create celebratory and safe spaces for LGBTQIA+ expression and allyship across the peninsula, affirming the dignity and worth of every person, regardless of gender identity, sexual orientation, or background, and where the annual Monterey Peninsula Pride Parade is a vital celebration of diversity, inclusion, and visibility, which offers a powerful platform for the LGBTQIA+ community to be seen, heard, and supported. And whereas Monterey Peninsula Pride is grounded in values that honor all identities, experiences, including a vision of a multi-generational community where LGBTQIA+ children are nurtured, LGBTQIA+ elders are honored, people with varied abilities are embraced, and individuals from every ethnicity, culture, and belief system are valued. And whereas the Monterey Peninsula Pride affirms that LGBTQIA+ people must be visible, heard, and valued in every space and sphere in public life, including schools, city halls, faith communities, boardrooms, media, and beyond. Whereas the organization advocates for a world in which the full spectrum of LGBTQIA+ identities, including but not limited to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, asexual, pansexual, fluid, non-binary, and two-spirit individuals are embraced and empowered to express their full selves. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all the county and its residents, thereof hereby proudly recognizes and supports the vision, mission, and values of Monterey Peninsula Pride and commits to fostering an inclusive and affirming environment where LGBTQIA+ individuals are celebrated and uplifted, and we commend Monterey Peninsula Pride for its leadership in building a vibrant intersectional community that promotes equality, visibility, and love throughout the Monterey Bay area. I present this on behalf of all of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to you three, and I really want to encourage everyone in the room today and all of my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors to please join all of us this Saturday in downtown Monterey for the annual Monterey Peninsula Pride celebration. It is truly one of the most uplifting, fun, joyous occasions I think Monterey offers. And this year in particular, it is extra special that we will get to cross a threshold that is a brand new rainbow crosswalk on Alvarado Street that really exemplifies and makes the point that all members of our community are welcome, are safe, we see you, and it is just a really beautiful thing that brightens Monterey, the city of Monterey, and is something I think we should all be very proud of. So with that, I'll turn the microphone over to you three.
That's hard to live up to. My name is Mel Zaragoza. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the co-chair of Monterey Peninsula Pride. On behalf of the board of Monterey Peninsula Pride, I want to express our deep gratitude to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for this resolution. Renewed recognition from our elected officials is more than symbolic. It is a powerful act of allyship. In times of celebration, it uplifts our community. And in times of challenge, like the ones we find ourselves in today, it sends an unmistakable message that LGBTQ+ people belong, that we are seen, and that our lives and contributions matter in Monterey County. At Monterey Peninsula Pride, we work to create joyful, safe, inclusive spaces for LGBTQ+ expression and allyship. Since our founding in 2017, which itself was a direct response to a wave of national uncertainty and fear, we've been activating this mission year after year. What began as a grassroots effort has become a movement sustained by thousands of local residents who show up every year to march, celebrate, and stand in solidarity. Personally, I found my way to Monterey Peninsula Pride in the aftermath of the pandemic lockdown, a time when so many of us were searching for connection, healing, and purpose. I've now proudly served as a leader of this organization for nearly 5 years, and I can say without hesitation that being a part of Pride has changed my life. It has brought me joy, strength, and a profound sense of community, the very things we strive to offer others through our work. This resolution affirms that Pride is not just an event, it's a shared commitment to inclusion, dignity, and justice. We thank you for standing with us and with all LGBTQ+ people across the peninsula and throughout the county. And together, we will continue to work toward building a future where everyone can live openly, safely, and with pride. Thanks.
Excellent. And where should we all be at 10:15 on Saturday morning?
Pride 2025 is Saturday, June 28th. We have our parade starting at 11 a.m. on Alvarado Street at the Rainbow Crosswalk. And our celebration will be from 12 to 3 in Custom House Plaza. Lots of food, art, and other vendors will be present. Lots of performances, lots of fun to be had. You can find more information on events we have leading up to the parade and celebration, as well as after the parade and celebration on our social media pages at Monterey Pride or our website, peninsulapride.org.
Can we get a photo? A little bit more? Okay, how about this? I really appreciate it. I think they're coming dancing even on Friday night, right?
All right, at this point, we've arrived at the appointments portion of our agenda, which is items 4 through 7. We do have an additional item, item 8, that we'll have to make decisions on an appointment for, but at this point, I'm only looking at 4 through 7. Is there a member of this board who wishes to remove an item from our appointments this morning for comment or question? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public and see if there's any member of the public who wishes to speak to our appointments this morning. I've got a motion for appointments from Supervisor Alejo. Is there a second? Got a second from Supervisor Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're going to go to Reed, who I think is going to come forward to make a presentation about the affirmation of 4 appointments, and then let us know the decision we have to make this morning about the remaining appointment for our public member for the GSA.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. Reed Galogli, today appearing before you as General Counsel for the Salinas Valley Basin and Groundwater Sustainability Agency, of which the county is one of the founding members. There are 2 actions before you today. The first is a ceremonial one to simply confirm the appointments that were put forward by the Agricultural Association. Those positions are listed in the resolution. The decision that will require some discussion, perhaps, and a decision by this body is the second one. There's a public director seat, and there are a primary and an alternate member who would be appointed to fill that role. And you have 3 attached applications. Those are for your review and discussion, but the decision today will be to select from those 3 to be the primary and the alternate. And what I will let you know is that pursuant to the JPA, these applicants were vetted by the GSA board, and the GSA board has indicated a preference for one of the applicants, who is the current GSA board member public director position. We do have Director Chapin here today, who's one of the applicants. I'm not sure if the other applicants are also in the room, but if the board would invite them to speak. I know that they did have some prepared comments. At this point in time, if there are questions, I'm available to answer them, but I'll turn it back over to the board.
Thank you, Reed. Any questions from the board members before we hear from the candidates for the appointment? All right, hearing none, then I'll open the floor. I do see Caroline in the room, so we'll go ahead and give you the floor first.
Good morning, Chair Lopez and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to address you today, and also for the privilege of having served the Salinas Valley Basin GSA for the past 6 years. It's been a challenging yet very rewarding experience, and I'm here to request your support for my reappointment to another 3-year term as the primary public director. You have my resume and my background on file, but I'd like to highlight a few qualifications that I believe make me uniquely suited for this role. My professional background in engineering, along with my experience in business, finance, and governance, provide a strong foundation for the technical and strategic demands of this agency. Additionally, my hands-on management of a mutual water system has given me direct insight into the real-world challenges that rural residential community members face, particularly in navigating issues like water quality, supply, and regulatory compliance. My service on the GSA has been active and engaged. I've gone well beyond simply occupying a seat. I currently chair both the Budget and Finance Committee and the Langley Subbasin Implementation Committee, and I've been active on the Executive Committee. I approach this work with seriousness and with care. I always strive to be well prepared and thoughtful in my contributions. I believe my fellow board members would agree that I have added value to the agency's mission and its operations. I was encouraged to see that 2 other applicants have expressed interest in this position. We all share a hope for broader community participation, and I truly welcome that engagement. However, to my knowledge, neither applicant has much experience with the GSA or has participated in committee work to date. A sudden transition in this leadership role could be disruptive at a time when continuity in the GSA is particularly important. That said, I believe both Mr. Fregoso and Ms. Carrillo would make very strong alternate directors. This would allow them time to become familiar with the agency's work, to attend meetings, and to contribute to committee efforts, which would provide a thoughtful and informed path to future leadership. I would be glad to serve as a resource to support their onboarding and their growth in this capacity. I remain committed to the mission of the GSA because I believe it matters, not just today, but for generations to come. As a Monterey County native and a parent raising a family here, I know firsthand how critical it is that we manage and sustain our natural resources. It has been a responsibility and a privilege to contribute to the GSA, and I respectfully request your support in reappointing me to continue my work in this role. I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Rosa Carrillo. Rosa, are you in room with us? All right, if you're on Zoom with us, Rosa, would you raise your hand? All right, then we'll go to Ignacio Fregoso. Ignacio? All right, with that, we'll bring it back here and see what the will of the board is. Again, we're affirming the 4 positions plus an appointment and an alternate as well.
Should we take this under 2 motions? And I wonder if we shouldn't go out any public comment on this first.
Sure, I just want to see if there was anything from the board first.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. None? Let's go out to the public on this item. I see keeping up with the trend, we're going to get Norm Groot, who was our public commenter yesterday at our committee meeting. So welcome back, Norm.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Groot, and I'm appearing today as President of the Salinas Basin Agricultural Water Association, the organization that's responsible for the nomination of the 4 seats on the GSA board, the director, primary, and alternates for the ag seats. Thank you for your support for those names today. 3 of them are returning and 1 is new, since Colby Pereira is now retiring from her position as primary on the East Side Subbasin. We did hold an election and the candidate, Bridget Rotici, received the majority of the votes of those landowners and farm operators in the East Side. I also want to offer my support for Ms. Chapin's reappointment. As she stated here, the GSA has a number of important issues that they have to make decisions on in the coming year, and consistency is critically important to keep that experience in place so that we can move forward as a GSA and continue moving on the effort to achieve that groundwater sustainability goal that we have at 2040. So offer our support for Ms. Chapin's reappointment also, and hopefully we can move forward with a very strong GSA board into the next 3-year terms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norm. Any other public comment in room? All right, we'll invite folks via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, to be recognized if they wish to comment on this appointment. Seeing no hands going up, we'll close public comment and bring it back. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't see the nod there, Mr. Chair. Happy to make a motion in support of the ag positions that have already been presented to us, and for the public representative position, I want to just kind of point out what the requirements were on there. Is that the individual must be a rural residential well owner, an industrial processor, a local small or state small water system, or other mutual water company. Ms. Chapin does have experience on that, on a small water system or a mutual water system, I believe it is. And there is nobody currently on the GSA filling that position. I think there's a lot of good reasons to go forth in supporting her. Besides the fact that the other 2 candidates aren't here, and that's if you can't come and speak, then that's really kind of a big strike against you if you're seeking an appointment. So, but just to make sure we're not doing this by default, I just want to touch upon a few key points I think are really important for Ms. Chapin, and that one, I pointed out the small water system background. She also offers some geographical diversity on this board. She has great deal of background and knowledge onto this issue of water. And in addition, we're at a real critical level. I sit on that board. I did abstain when making the reference to the board here because I didn't feel it was just appropriate to take a position at that point. But I have, again, no hesitation supporting her. We're facing a lot of really critical issues in the next year. And as the old saying goes, and maybe it's appropriate for a water board, don't change horses midstream. And I enthusiastically, make a nomination for Ms. Chapin as well as the other nominees onto here.
All right, so I have a motion for Ms. Chapin as well as the motion to affirm the 4. Do you want to propose somebody as an alternate from the 2 remaining as well, so we can do this in one motion?
it's kind of a tough call to do this on here. I'm just going to throw forth Ms. Carrillo, just because she has a farm worker background, and that's also lacking on there.
All right, so that's a motion and second hold?
I'm with Ignacio on that.
Okay.
Well, maybe we do it separate then.
Okay, let's do it separate. So then I've got the motion that includes the affirmation of the four plus the primary appointment for Ms. Chapin going first. Any additional questions from the dais or comments? Supervisor Alejo.
Just to back up our colleague, Supervisor Church, who took my spot on the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I had the honor to serve with Ms. Chapin for several years, and I totally agree. This is a very critical time under a complex area of relatively new law for California, but this is a moment where the hardest decisions lie ahead of us. And I think we need the most experience, and that's why when we have people serving that have put in the time, they have taken the time to learn this policy area and the law, it really helps make better informed decisions. And for our alternates, I think I really see them as an opportunity, serving as an alternate to, as Ms. Chapin said, to learn the subject matter, attend meetings, follow what is happening, and as an alternate, I'm glad we have two good public members who are willing to step up and learn. Ignacio works in agriculture, and Rosa Carrillo manages the San Gerardo community outside of Gonzales. We have two good options, but out of those two, I think Ignacio Fregoso would be better equipped to step up as an alternate at this time.
All right, so on the motion in front of us, I'll just comment, I think there's no better testament to somebody's willingness to do the work than a record of having done it. And so, Ms. Chapin, thank you for the work you've already put in. I'm going to be happy to support this motion. And with that, I'm going to ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Congratulations. All right, so now we have the position of the alternate remaining with dueling points of view here. So does somebody want to make a motion there or have additional comments?
I'd like, okay, if I...
Let me go to Supervisor, ask you first to make comments. Did you have comments?
I was just going to make a motion to appoint Rosa Carrillo to the alternate position. I had a chance to observe some of the via the meeting and the comments that were made and the introductions that were made from during the meeting, and I think that Ms. Carrillo would be well suited to represent the alternate.
I'll second that. When just the comment I wanted to make is, I think, as Supervisor Alejo said, I think they're both very well qualified, but the public member position is kind of used to fill in needs that are on the board. And my only, the only reason I'm picking Ms. Carrillo over Mr. Fregoso is because he's actually with AG, and there are already 4 members of AG on there. So I don't think that's really having to fill in there. Second of all, I don't know if either one's ever going to make it to a meeting because Ms. Chapin has a pretty strong attendance record.
All right, any other thoughts from the dais? All right, then with that, let's go ahead and call the vote on this item. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? One on the abstentions or on a no? Okay, so 1 no. With that, we got a 4-1. Thank you. So we've concluded item 8, unless there's anything in our addition. Thank you, Reed. We appreciate that. And we've arrived at our consent calendar. But before we go there, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege just to acknowledge that we've got some folks in the room with us this morning, and they are our South County Young Leaders that are just kicking off the program. So I want to thank them for joining us, not just today, but through this summer. I want to introduce them. We have Anixia Davila from Gonzales, who's a public health major at Santa Clara University. We also, raise your hand, Anixia. There you go. We also have Juliana Montoya of King City, who's a business administration major at Hartnell. And then we've got Susana Itzel Juarez from Gonzales, who's a double major in political science and agroecology at UC Santa Cruz. Yeah, and then we've got Olivia Silva, who's at Salinas High. She's very active in the leadership program, as well as the Japanese language arts program, mock trial, and the Ocean Conservation Club. And then lastly, we also have with us an intern through this summer, Jessica Schween from UC San Diego, who's studying political science with a focus on international relations. So I understand they got their morning started this morning with Elsa, and so I want to thank them for joining us in the room today and for taking the summer to learn a little bit about leadership in Monterey County. We appreciate you guys being here and look forward to a great summer with you.
Welcome.
Welcome. All right, back to work. All right, with that, we're going to jump into our consent calendar. Is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent? Supervisor Askew.
I have a couple for just comment and then a couple for separate vote.
Okay.
So I'm pulling for comment item 49 and 55, and then for separate vote 46 and 63.
All right, anybody else? Supervisor Church.
Comment on 34, and I actually have a question for 65 for staff.
All right, anybody else on the dais? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public, see if there's any member of the public who wishes to remove an item from our consent this morning for comment or questions. I do see 2 hands up via Zoom, so I'm going to ask them to unmute themselves, and going to start with number 837 and ask you just to let us know which number you wish to speak to.
I would like to speak on item number 42, please.
All right, and then I'm going to go to 004, if you would let us know which item you're hoping to speak to as well.
Item 42, please.
So 42. Okay, great. Then with that, I'm going to go to the comments. The ones listed out for comment first. I'm going to go to 49. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just I'm pulling this one out. This is a CoStar renewal agreement within the assessor's office. It's a that allows the assessor to capture data on commercial properties, rentals, and leases. Just wanted to note that the vendor, the county council, risk management, and audit controller were all unable to approve the contract due to non-standard conditions. And that we've already approved, we've had this agreement in place for a number of years, but I just wanted to see if there was any comment about if there was some other program or service that would allow us to have a contract that was in alignment with county council, risk management, and the auditor controller. Or at least some of those departments.
As far as whether there's another vendor, I don't have that answer. It would be the department to answer. I will say it is not uncommon for software contracts to not use what we would recommend for indemnity and other contract terms. It often, unfortunately, is take it or leave it from IT companies.
Okay.
We'll go to Marina Camacho.
Yes, good morning, board, chair and board. This vendor is a unique vendor that offers us the tools to do commercial appraisal, and unfortunately, this is the only vendor that actually provides that service. They kind of sort of have monopolized this part of the industry. So all counties are actually, this is the only vendor that we have available to use as a resource to help us with our appraisal in the commercial property. There's no other vendor.
Got it. Thank you so much for that clarification. Yeah, it always just catches my eye when we have a contract that has more than one of our departments that it can't approve for form. And then the item number 55, if I'll just roll into 55, is CLA Audit Services Amendment number 5. It's an independent audit services for our annual comprehensive finance audit. And just wanted to note that the number of renewals authorized by the original agreement have been met. And so we didn't go back out to RFP for an additional extension, but we're just adding on an extension beyond what we had originally authorized. So for our next round, I do think it's appropriate that we go back out for RFP. So we're adding on an additional, so just wanted to make sure we were all aware that this is one extra beyond what had originally been authorized. So we're adding an additional term of 24 months and $380,000 above and beyond. But those are my just comments calling those out.
All right, let's go to 34, Supervisor Church.
So this 34 is the hiring of toxicologists to review the data from the Moss Landing fire. You know, there's normally we'd be getting a lot more support, in my view, from the state for some technical assistance, but we didn't get that on this, and that's the purpose for this. My understanding is that we're going to be having, we're not having necessarily a monthly report on the fire this month. It's going to come in the next couple weeks, and we're combining the June and July because the board doesn't meet for a few weeks in July. So this will, I believe the report from the toxicologist, among others, will be coming back for the public in a couple of weeks, and just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public now with our 2 online before we come back with the ones for alternative motion. So I'm going to go to 004 first. We'll give you the floor to share with us your thoughts on item 42.
Yes, Lorna Moffett here. Meals on Wheels is fantastic, and I hope that you fund them to the fullest that they request, especially in this time when we've got a very stingy president. Also, I'd like to add to Meals on Wheels that they provide more vegan foods and more fruits and vegetables. It's very important that all of us go vegan for the planet's sake and for the animals' sake. As the great Pythagoras once said, we will never be free as long as we enslave other species on this planet. And that seems to be the case. So his prediction has come true. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moffett. We're going to go to 837 next, and you'll have 2 minutes to share your public comment with this board and the public.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Brian Rosen. Meals on Wheels is very important to seniors in our community, and they depend on it, especially with the Trump administration wanting to cut so much. But it could even be improved. If you go on the internet, there's so much material. I get so many emails about the dangers of pesticides that cause very serious conditions, how they measure pesticides in the foods, and how, you know, studies have been done and encouraging us to eat organic. And Monterey has a very thriving organic food production farms. And I wish you would go even farther and of course, authorize it, but also recommend to Meals on Wheels that they have more organic and support non-factory farmed animals. The cruelty is almost unbelievable. And we need to have healthier people. And we also are connected with the energy. If we're going to brutalize animals, we bring in that energy into ourselves. Whatever, we're all connected. Everything is connected. And I'm also asking you to consider, I'm just reading in a Northern California newspaper right now, a group called Food Not Bombs has hot food for everyone, mostly vegan and organic, and always delicious, free. And that's in the public square. So that would be wonderful if you could try to reach out to Food Not Bombs, because we're spending all our money on killing, and maybe reach out to them and see if you could help fund them and to do this wonderful mission in Monterey County. So thank you for working to protect Meals on Wheels, and I hope you'll support our local organic farmers and support humane practices for animals and help make the world a better place. In your capacity, you have a lot more power.
We're at time. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Appreciate you. All right, with that, we have concluded items here, except for there was item 65. Was that for alternative motion, or did you just want to make comment on that?
I had a question for
Please,
staff.
go ahead.
If hopefully, is Brian Flores on? Well, maybe Randy or somebody can answer it, but this is 65 is regarding an energy audit that was being done down by the some of the parks area. I think it's by the lakes, and I know we've already approved $145,000 for it, and I guess there's some other work to be done that's been adding through another $74,000 as request. I'm just trying to determine from the 145 we've already Okay. I'm just trying to determine from the 145 we've already spent, what kind of savings have been found, and how soon will it take for us to recoup those savings before we commit more?
I believe we have Director Ishii on with us. Director Ishii, if you'd like to take that.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me as well is Cora Penterad from our Sustainability Division. What Steph would like to do is hand the floor over to Cora to be able to better explain both the costs and the cost savings that are projected for this particular project.
Yes, thank you, Randy. So hi, everyone. Cora Pancherod, Sustainability Program Manager for the county. I've been assisting parks with this project. So the additional scope of work that was found was in several parks due to areas of these parks not being operational during the original time of the audits. So we have expended the full contract amount of $145,000 and would like to spend this additional $74,000 to do similar upgrades. The payback time for this project would be similar. So we're swapping out the same kind of energy efficiency tools, so mostly light bulbs, for LED models instead of their incandescent versions. So looking at our different payback periods, we would still be under the 10-year requirement for PG&E's program. However, we are not subject to those standards because the county is using our own funds rather than PG&E's on-bill finance program. So while we don't have the official analysis from PG&E saying exactly what our payback period will be, we do know that it is under the 10-year timeframe. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Church? So
yeah, it does. If we're getting within a reasonable time, that works. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So with that, what I'm going to do here is ask for a motion to approve our consent calendar without items 46 or 63 included. Is there a motion to that effect? Got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The motion carries. Next, we'll go to item 46 and turn to Supervisor Askew for comments.
Thank you. Item 46 is a step placement to appoint a chief deputy sheriff at step 7. I appreciate the staff report outlining that this individual seems highly qualified and that the prior compensation levels appear to be significantly higher, which would help to meet the qualification for having a higher step placement entering the county. However, I had to go back and review the PPPR again, just looking at the general provisions for non-elected unit-wide salary steps. Again, reading for the requirements for bringing new employees in to the county in cases where it is deemed reasonable and necessary. The county administrative officer may make appointments up to step 3, or the board of supervisors may authorize an appointment up to step 4. Advancements to step 5, 6, or 7 are restricted to time and grade, and determining the appropriateness of placing an employee above step 1. There's a whole series of criteria that should be considered, including credit for experience, difficulty of recruitment, unusual qualifications, a reduction in pay, employee negotiations, employee retention, and budget implications. And so given the reviewing all of the provisions of our PPPR, I'm not able to see that all of the criteria are aligned with our PPNR to have this individual placed at a step above step 4, and so I'm not able to support this placement. If we need to do a class and comp of certain positions, I think that would be something that we should consider, given that every time we've had to bring one of these positions in, they've all been requested at a step 7. If that's something that the sheriff would like to do, is request a class and comp of some of these positions, I think that would be something that the sheriff could request. But to have every one of these positions come in requested at step 7, I just don't think is appropriate. So I'm not able to support this. request.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, on item number 46 as well, a question for our CEO or maybe for our HR department. Was HR involved in this, and was there a recruitment, a fair recruitment process open for this top position in the sheriff's department? If you could answer that, I think it's important for us.
There was none. We conferred with the HR department. They did not review this report, nor was there a recruitment found for this position. But the sheriff does have the ability to appoint directly in this instance. And I have Andreas probably listening online, and he's our HR director and can provide additional information.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Piper, are you with us? We'll get you over here in just a second.
Andreas, if you could speak to the item, please, related to the sheriff's office.
Yes. As an elected official, this is a direct appointment and can be done directly by an elected official. HR was not involved in this appointment, nor had any input into this.
Great. I'm just going to, just because of all the budget discussions we'd had a couple of weeks ago, last week, on this department about the significant overruns, I supported the sheriff some appointments early on in her administration to support her to recruit her team, but this now seems to be a pattern at every recruitment or advancement. We're jumping a lot of steps, so this is not like at the beginning of administration. This is now almost every single time. So I have the same concerns as my colleague, Supervisor Askew, and I'm just not going to support this at this time because I think we need to be more judicious in this department that has millions of dollars in overruns, and plus I rather follow our process, not continue to allow this pattern and practice of every recruitment, every appointment to be jumping many steps. Otherwise, why do we have the policy that was just read by our colleague? So I'm not going to support this today.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. So I'm going to disagree on what I've because of my comments before, which have been with elected officials, we are generally allowing from whether it's the board or the assessor or the sheriff or whoever it is, a process to appoint positions outside the HR process. And those individuals are, each of those elected officials are accountable to the voters. And I, understand the concerns on the cost. We've all had concerns with the cost in that office, but I'm uncomfortable putting a confinement on any elected official that we're not really putting on our own selves. And it's just a matter of principle. And I, would rather see it myself lower. As I agree with you, it saves a great deal of, not a great deal, but a symbolic amount of money. And I'm going to stand here, just on principle and go with this one, as I would for any other position of an elected official.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. I guess my questions, which come because I have not had a lot of time sitting in this chair, where I'm uncomfortable is I don't have a lot of information about the chief deputy sheriff's salary range. I don't have any numbers here, so I don't know what we're even talking about. And I look at the experience that this person has had, that the last one just being an officer in charge of the FBI's investigation, FBI's Transnational Organized Crime Task Force, Federal Bureau of Investigations, Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs with Homeland Security, and it just goes on. So I would need more information to support my colleagues at this point in time in not approving something that is generally done. I also would need more information from the sheriff if this is problematic and folks have concerns about why it is important to hire Mr. Bixler versus someone else that might be able to come in at a lower salary range. I'm less inclined to take a stand against an elected official. What I would suggest perhaps is if we could just continue this particular item and get some more information, since it clearly has some of my colleagues concerned and your concerns seem valid. So perhaps we could just continue this one item and get more information from the sheriff as to why it is necessary to put this person in this position. Are there issues recruiting for this position? Are there issues finding good candidates for this position, et cetera?
Is that a motion for a 1-week continuance?
Sure, that's a motion for a 1-week continuance.
I'll second that. And with that, we'll bring it back and see if there's any additional comments. I see Supervisor Askey reaching for the mic. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what I've asked for and what I would like is to have our PPNRs followed. I think we have PPNRs. We don't have a PPNR that excludes elected officials. Our PPNRs are in place to apply to all processes and procedures for county hirings. And so when we, as outlined in our PPNRs, there is a process, there are guidelines to follow. If indeed there's a requirement or a need to bring an employee in at a higher step, there's a set of criteria in place that allow for that to happen. And I think where my concern lies is when those steps are not followed. We have many longtime county employees who've been dedicated their entire career to work in this county in service to our residents, and they've moved between county departments and been told that no, they cannot, they don't qualify for different placement levels because of our PPNRs. So it's not right, nor fair, nor appropriate to hold certain employees to the PPNRs and hold other employees not to the PPNRs. So if we're going to have PPNRs and we're going to have policies and procedures in place, those policies and procedures need to be equally applied to all individuals that come into our county. We can't have rules that apply to some and not to others. So I would encourage the sheriff and anybody in our county who has a difficult to fill position, a position that would have unusual qualifications, that has difficulty recruitment, that they would follow the criteria and clearly articulate why and which of the criteria the higher placement would be required. Have that outlined, work with human resources, clearly articulate and explain why a higher placement would be necessary, outline that in a staff report so that we then are appropriately and fairly applying the PPNRs to all step placements that would need to be higher than step 4 in accordance with the PPNRs.
And I would say that that's fair. There's a place for exceptions to the PPNRs, but this has now become the rule. And I agree. If they're asking for an exception, it should be articulated in the staff memo of why that it meets that criterion, why it's merited in each individual case. But in this case, we've given many exceptions already to this particular department.
So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. And we're going to jump to item 63. Supervisor Askey.
So this is another request for a step placement at a higher, this would be advanced step placement of an assistant CAO, requesting step 6 placement based on candidates' expressed willingness of what he'd accept and prior compensation levels. And so again, I'm just referencing the PPNRs and the number of the criteria that we have in place to bring employees in. I think that the list of criteria, reduction in pay is one of the criteria. There's a whole number of criteria, and I would love to see the list of criteria followed and outlined as to why this was a difficult to hire position, why how we have the budget implications of hiring for this, the unusual qualifications that the applicant may have had, what the negotiations would have, that the person would not have accepted the position without the placement. So I would just love to see the PPNRs followed and articulated specifically so that the justification for why step 6 would be required, as I'm asking for all of our requests that come in with higher than step 4 in accordance with our PPNRs. So again, my same request, and I'm not able to support these. And as I said before, we have employees who've worked lifelong careers with our county who've again and again and again been denied the opportunity for higher step placements because of our PPNRs. And yet when we have people coming in from the outside getting higher than step 4 placements, without having to justify that, it's just not something that I can support having continue to happen.
CAO? Alejo?
My question was for our CEO. Was there an open recruitment? If you could articulate that, and why is this step advancement merited in this particular case, according to our policy?
Yes, we had an open recruitment, and it was continuous for quite a bit of time. We were looking specifically for an individual that had a great deal of background to help us with the county budget process. We did look at his experience level and also negotiated with the employee. He's currently a department head in another county and has held that position since 2018. He would be coming to our county to this higher level, and in order to have that 5% is the reason why we are offered that step 6.
Great, and I would just be supportive. This is a great recruit. He has a stellar reputation from the county of Santa Cruz. My friends in Santa Cruz are very saddened to see him go at a time when they're having retirements announced and other top leadership. But he does have a stellar reputation. He's very well liked, and I already heard the gripes from the county that the county of Monterey recruited one of the very best.
Is that a motion?
It is.
I'll second that. Additional comments, Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, I guess so it would be helpful to me in the future if we could, or I could just do this on the side, have a conversation about these policies, and so I can be more familiar with them, because it seems like a standard negotiation that when you come to a new job, you have a previous salary in the place that you were at, and you're going to make the move if you either can stay the same or increase that salary, or you might take a job for various other reasons. But I guess I'm just not quite following, but I hear something that is concerning to me, that is the feeling and the experience of employees who've been here for a very long time, who themselves have had trouble advocating for higher steps. And so I just want to understand better the apparent difference between the practice with HR and our current employees and these policies and procedures when we hire someone new. And if there's something that's happening that is not fair to current employees, I'd like to understand that better. And we can have a side conversation on that. But I do hear the concerns that my colleague is expressing, and I'm not dismissing them, but I'm also having trouble figuring out how they apply to a new hire and how we address that. So we're being fair. Thank you.
All right.
If your board agrees, what we can do is have Andreas provide an update on the PPPR that we're referencing here. Otherwise, we can provide an update for you directly.
Supervisor.
I was actually going to see if we could, if we could get an update. I was going to see if that could be included in the motion for for review, because it seems to be something we need to address.
So, but this one's Yeah, but if we're approving this one, but asking for an update to come back at a future date, but not with the original portion of this particular.
We decided as direction to the CEO, which she's already said she's going to do. She just finished saying that.
All right, so with that, I've got a motion and a second, with the addition being.
Just direction to give an update on the.
But supported.
Yes.
The second holds. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right, with that, we've concluded our consent calendar, and we're going to proceed this morning to our general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We invite folks to come forward in room and use the *9 or raise hand function via Zoom in order to be recognized. So we'll go with folks in room first. We'll go ahead and give you the floor.
My name is Eloise Shim, and I'm coming before you not really, even though I am on the Historic Resources Board for the City of Salinas, I'm just speaking personally on my own behalf. There is a survey out from Page and Turnbull for the historic resources in the City of Salinas, and there's an opportunity for all of the residents of Salinas, which I believe are some of Luis Alejo's constituents, to look at frequently asked questions and respond with our own ideas on the website, the HRB website. It's at the bottom of the website, so it's their opportunity if they're interested in historic resources like the Steinbeck Queen Anne Mansion a few blocks away from here. They can respond and be part of that survey. And the other thing that I want to mention is that in Santa Cruz, I guess actually there's a one of these huge mansions that was built by a very famous architect named William Weeks, and that is going to be delisted from the historical resource. Anyway, on August 5th, if you want to chime in about that, so it's not delisted and it's not demolished, it's called the Redmond Hirahara Mansion. You can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eloise. With that, we'll go to our next speaker. I think they're trying to decide who goes first.
Buenos días, me llamo Verónica y soy cuidador del condado de Monterey del SU local 2015. Me dedico a cuidar a uno de mis hijos. Tengo un año de ser cuidadora.
Good morning, my name is Veronica and I've been taking care of
tomar esta
my
decisión.
children for... Señora, ¿puede darme chance de que le traduzca? Good morning, my name is Veronica. I've been taking care of my children for about a year.
Tengo un año de cuidar a mi hijo. Como cuidadora, para mí, tomar esta decisión fue muy importante y ser parte de este equipo.
I've been taking care of my son for about a year. To have arrived at this decision has been very important to me.
Cuidadores como yo estamos para demostrar a la Junta de Supervisores del Condado
Care providers are here to demonstrate in front of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors
de Monterrey que nos tomamos en serio nuestras demandas de un salario digno.
We are here in front of the Monterey County Supervisors to let you know that we take very serious into account the salaries that we receive.
Y nuestra necesidad de una atención médica adecuada.
And our need for adequate medical health.
Esta crisis se debe a la escasez de cuidadores debido a la falta.
This crisis is due to the lack of care providers.
De salarios dignos y de una atención médica.
To the lack of dignified salaries and medical providers.
Adecuada a ambos necesarios para atraer y retener a más cuidadores.
Adequate enough to bring and provide more care providers.
Como proveedor estoy en primera línea de esta crisis de atención médica.
As care providers, I'm in the front line of this crisis of health providing.
Nos gustaría trabajar de la mano con ustedes,
We would like to work with you hand in hand,
nuestra Junta de Supervisores, para resolver la crisis de atención médica de Monterrey.
with the County of Supervisors of Monterey to focus on the lack of health provider in Monterey
Y construir el futuro de la atención que el condado necesita.
and to build for a future that the County of Monterey needs.
La cuestión es la siguiente.
The question is the following.
Invertir en nosotros como cuidadores sería invertir en todo el condado de Monterrey.
Investing in us as care providers would be investing in all of us in the County of Monterey.
Cuando nosotros como cuidadores tenemos lo que necesitamos,
When we as care providers have everything that we need,
podemos brindar a nuestros beneficiarios la mejor atención posible.
we can provide our beneficiaries the best care possible.
Y tarde o temprano todos envejecemos,
And sooner or later, as we age,
por lo que todos necesitamos algún tipo de atención.
we all will need some kind of attention.
Construyamos el futuro.
Let's build the future.
Solo invirtiendo en atención podemos finalmente solucionarla.
Just by investing into this type of attention, we can condition it.
Nos gustaría trabajar codo con ustedes en esto.
We would like to work shoulder to shoulder with you in this.
Juntos podemos transformar el futuro de atención en Monterrey.
Together we can build the medical attention in Monterey.
La pelota está en su cancha, esperamos su respuesta.
The ball is in your side of the field. We're waiting for your answer.
Gracias por permitirnos hablar hoy aquí.
Thank you for allowing us to speak here today.
Gracias. All right, next.
Muy buenos días. Me llamo Kirsten Avendano Varela.
Good morning. My name is Kirsten Avendaño Varela.
Soy cuidadora del condado de Monterrey del CEU local 2015.
I'm a care provider under Union Local SEIU 215.
Soy proveedora y yo cuido a mi mamá. Y esta experiencia de este trabajo ha sido muy bonito para mí porque contribuye al cuidado y al bienestar de nuestros clientes.
I'm a care provider and I take care of my mother, which is a good lesson for us that do care provider to our clients.
El cual lamentablemente estamos en una crisis que se debe a la escasez de cuidadores.
Sadly, we're facing a crisis where we're having a deficit of care providers
Debido a la falta de salarios
due to the lack of salaries
y atención médica adecuada, ambos necesarios para atraer y retener a más cuidadores.
and medical attention needed, which are both essential for care providers to do their job.
Como proveedora, estoy en primera línea de esta crisis de atención médica.
As a care provider, I'm in the front row of this crisis of lack of health.
Nos gustaría trabajar de la mano con ustedes, nuestra Junta de Supervisores, para resolver la crisis de atención médica de Monterrey y construir el futuro de la atención que el condado necesita.
We would like to work hand in hand with the Monterey County Supervisors to face the lack of medical providing that we're facing in Monterey.
Conseguir un contrato sólido para los cuidadores de Monterrey.
To reach a solid contract that would include all the Monterey County care providers.
Es un asunto urgente que con el debido respeto no puede seguir reflejado a un segundo plano.
This is a serious issue which, with the due respect, cannot be moved to a second level.
Nuestra misión,
Our mission,
cuando nosotros como cuidadores tenemos lo que necesitamos, podemos brindar a nuestros beneficiarios la mejor atención posible.
when we as care providers get what we deserve, then we can offer our clients the attention and the care that they need.
y tarde o temprano, todos vamos a envejecer, por el cual todos necesitamos los mismos derechos y las mismas atenciones.
And sooner or later, we're all going to age, meaning that we will need care at that time and the attention at that time.
Compartimiento,
Sharing this,
construyendo un futuro de calidad, un futuro de amor, un futuro de satisfacción donde todos nuestros derechos sean brindados.
building a quarterly future, a future of love, where all the basic care will be provided.
Porque la economía va incrementando y nosotros necesitamos también mejor calidad de vida.
Because the economy is increasing and we therefore need a better quality of life.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Anyone else in the room? Okay. Pues gracias por estar con nosotros hoy. Gracias. Nos vemos pronto. All right, we're going to go to Zoom now. I do see some hands up via Zoom. I'm going to start with 004. We'll go there first and give you the floor for 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I'm hearing so many resolutions about the LGBTQ community, and I'm pleased that they're getting the attention they need, but I think it's just become, an overdose. And I think there's so many other important causes. You need to step bravely and denounce Israel's genocide on Gaza. You need to ban pesticides and herbicides in our community. You need to make sure that GMOs cannot be grown alongside our organic fields to pollinate and contaminate them. You need to plant thousands of trees and forbid the cutting of trees, because trees are our saviors, and they are our rainfall, and they are our fresh air, and they are CO2 suckers. So there's so many, other causes, and I'm hoping that when I come to your office and ask you for a resolution, that you're going to give the same amount of attention that you have to the LGBTQ community. Thank you.
Thank you. Whoa. All right. There we go. So I don't see any other hands up on the public side of public comment. So what I'm going to do at this point is close public comment, and we're going to proceed with our agenda. But before we do so, out of respect to the sheriff, I'm going to go back to item 46 and give her the floor to share comments regarding item 46. Sheriff Nieto, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I did have my hand up earlier, and you missed it. So I just want an opportunity to speak on this. You spoke on the second matter that was pulled. If you look at the board reports side by side, the board reports are the same. It does have the reasons why. I know Supervisor asked you right off the PPR. We do have the exceptions in there. Mr. Bixler is taking a 6-figure pay cut to come over to here. You're not going to find anybody more qualified. To answer Supervisor Alejo's question, why didn't we do a recruitment? Because I am an elected official. It's not guaranteed that I'm going to be elected next time around. It does, they are at-will employees. If the supervisors want to take a look at looking at providing civil service protection for that level, I would be happy to discuss that because the rules are a bit different, and I would be happy to discuss that countywide for any at-will employees to move over to civil service protection. I think that's good for the employees. I just want to see a fair and impartial, or feel like I'm treated fairly in this issue, because I know a supervisor asked you back on April 22nd. She did pull one other one, but she just made a comment and then she voted for it, and then you guys voted on the second one. So I'll be happy to sit down with the board. I'll be happy to sit down with the board in closed session. And also on the budget items that were mentioned, the new budget was approved, and we had it in our new budget, the amount. And I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the board report in case anybody didn't read his qualifications and why we're asking for this.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. So at this point, we did vote on that item, and so we'll come back next week. I want to see if there's any additional comments from the board. I'm not seeing any, so at this point, we look forward to those conversations happening offline that need to happen in order to get this on the agenda for next week. So thank you, Sheriff. With that, we'll proceed with our agenda to our scheduled matters, beginning with accepting and approving the EMS Agency Annual Report for 2024. I believe we have Dr. John Burrell with us, and I see Teresa as well. So Teresa Rios will give you the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Lopez, members of the board, CAO De La Rosa, and County Council Blitch. My name is Teresa Rios. I am the Emergency Medical Services Director. With me today are Dr. John Burley, who is the Medical Director for the EMS Agency, Deborah Hapgood, our Management Analyst 3, very hardworking members of the EMS team, and some may be joining via Zoom. We are here today to present to you our EMS annual report for the year of 2024. In the past, we have provided you with a presentation that highlights our accomplishments and even provides further detail on some of our data. However, we have felt that this approach doesn't quite tell our story very well. And so for this reason, this year we decided to take a different approach with the goal of providing you with a different vantage point that demonstrates the level of readiness, coordination, and collaboration that needs to exist in the EMS system to be able to respond when our community needs us. So today, what we have prepared for you is a video to show you that will provide you with this different view of the EMS system and the value that it brings to our community. The video that we have is a few minutes longer than our traditional PowerPoint presentation. And we thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Burley, who has a few words before we start the video. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. And thank you, Board of Supervisors, for taking the time to experience this in a slightly different way than we usually present our annual report to you. Just a few comments. I think when most people think about EMS, if they really think about it at all, they picture an ambulance, perhaps a fire engine, responding to the scene of an emergency, a patient with chest pain or shortness of breath, a child who fell off the monkey bars at a local playground and broke his arm, a patient experiencing a behavioral health emergency, a motor vehicle collision, or a woman in labor. They picture the ambulance crew arriving at the scene, providing medical assistance, and then transporting the patient to the hospital. They imagine the emergency department staff providing further evaluation and treatment, and the patient then gets admitted to the hospital or perhaps gets discharged home. The public pictures these events because that's what happens. But an EMS system is so much more than that. Paramedics and EMTs need to be certified to practice within the county. EMS policies and protocols need to be developed and updated on a regular basis. The EMS agency participates in training, regulation, coordination, and quality improvement. It reviews cases and meets frequently with representatives from the ambulance service provider, fire departments, hospitals, law enforcement, community or county communications, the public, and the state regulatory agency. In this way, the EMS system really functions more like an orchestra. It's not enough for everyone to know their part and to perform it well. They must do it together in concert so that the system operates at a level that's worthy of the trust and responsibility that we've been granted as guardians of the health and well-being of our residents and communities. One of the many challenges of EMS is that no two incidents are exactly the same. We're tested in countless ways, and the incidents that test us the most are the ones that we don't expect, the ones that hit us like a freight train and threaten to overwhelm our resources. So instead of presenting the EMS agency's annual report in the usual way with a PowerPoint and an explanation of what we do and how we do it, we thought that this year we would present to you a video of an incident that happened right here in Monterey County. It's one of those incidents that tested the system and required a complex and coordinated response of many people and agencies. The EMS agency is involved in every part of that process. The video ends with about 2 minutes of rolling credits, which lists the people who said yes to my strange request for help in the creation of this project. I would appreciate it if we could let those credits finish in recognition of those people. The dispatchers, paramedics, EMTs, firefighters, nurses, doctors, hospital staff, and administrators, physical therapists, helicopter flight crew, and the EMS agency specialists are not professional actors, although they did their best to recreate the scenes you will see here. Even though most of them had never done anything like this before, they made themselves available, spoke on camera about their experiences, and somehow found a way to make it all possible. Many of these people are here today. I am profoundly grateful for their assistance, enthusiasm, and boundless generosity. And along the way, I feel that I've gotten to know many of them on a more personal level, for which I am also deeply grateful. So without further ado, we'd like to go ahead and present the video of the King City MCI.
Monterey County 911, where is the emergency?
There's a shootout. I need you to come immediately. Has someone been shot? I don't know. I'm inside and there's gunshots going everywhere. Okay, sir, have you only heard gunshots? They're flying past my house, like right now. This is happening.
At 5:57 p.m. on March 3rd, 2024, Monterey County's Emergency Communications Department received several 911 distress calls from callers in the vicinity of a drive-by shooting. According to the callers, multiple people have been shot and appear to be seriously injured. EMS ambulance dispatch is transferred to American Medical Response's EMS Dispatch Center, which has already begun to receive radio communication from a unit close to the scene.
Copy, can I get the nature of all this?
The initial incident triggered the Monterey County EMS System's multi-casualty incident response. Coordination began immediately.
47, I'm going to need you route code 3 to King City. 26, shooting and firing that somebody was shot.
0, sounds like 4 were hit. Can you just put the deal on?
Abram, do you need a third ambulance?
Dispatchers had to gather as much information as they could to relay to the hospitals and to the EMS providers. Was the scene secure? How many patients were injured? How critical were their injuries? Were there sufficient resources being sent to the scene? How long would it take for the ambulances to get there? How many patients would the hospitals be able to handle?
The incident occurred in King City, a small suburban community in District 3 of Monterey County. Law enforcement officers from King City, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and the Monterey County Sheriff's Department are dispatched to the scene of the shooting. Within 2 minutes of the call, American Medical Response dispatches 3 ambulances and the field supervisor. Units from King City Volunteer Fire Department and South Monterey County Fire Protection District are mobilized. American Medical Response Medic 26 is the first unit to arrive at the scene. Paramedic Christian Gutierrez and his partner, EMT Alex Oliveira, begin triaging the wounded.
I was thinking it would be maybe 1 patient, 2 patients. I had no idea it would be the 11 patients that ended up being shot that day.
It looks like to be critical. You need additional resource ambulance for the response to King City.
I have 4 gun ambulances en route.
It was just a chaotic scene, especially being the first one there and by myself. But once you start seeing the people that got injured and the people that weren't, we separated them, and then you can actually start counting the patients. And I remember requesting the resources on scene too, checking in to see where my other units were coming from.
How far out is my next ambulance?
Estimating how much time I have to work and get everything done. And I remember just thinking to myself, like, I'm the only paramedic here, like, it's my job to get this whole thing under control. I was very nervous, but in the moment I was just locked in and I knew what to do and what had to get done. So that's what we did.
The next arriving ambulance is Medic 47, they assist with triage and begin treating a young patient with multiple gunshot wounds.
We've got multiple GSWs. I've got a critical right here and right there. Why don't you start with that one and then take IC and start you guys forward for triage.
The goal of triage is to recognize the sickest patients as quick as possible so they can be transported to receive care from the hospital. Patients with serious and life-threatening injuries are the highest priority. Those with non-life-threatening injuries come next. In mass casualty incidents, the goal is to save as many people as possible.
My name is Andrew Fife. I'm a paramedic. I was on AMR Medic 47 on the day of the King City shooting. Once the third medic got on scene, we made a game plan of triaging the patients and getting the most critical out first. From there, we quickly transitioned to a patient who had multiple gunshot wounds, loaded her on our gurney, and started to load her into the ambulance. I had a paramedic intern, a student who was with me. The scene was extremely overwhelming. What I wanted her to see was how to manage that many patients and emotions and to keep it under control. And she did very well. She was able to focus on the patients we had at that time and give them the appropriate treatment that they needed. It was a perfect storm of resources and units available for a terrible time.
Medic 25 was the next ambulance to arrive at the scene. They were assigned a critically injured patient with several life-threatening injuries. Fearing that their patient would not survive the 40-minute drive to Natividad, paramedic Cameron Silber arranged to meet a medevac helicopter at the closest hospital, Mee Memorial, which was less than a mile away.
It was a very short distance from the scene to Mee Memorial, less than a 5-minute transport because it happened just down the road and King City's very small. The turnover was really quickly, but when you're actually in the ambulance and you're actually working on a patient and working on a scene like that, time just feels really drawn out. What was a 5-minute transport felt like 30 minutes with the patient and an ultimate eternity in treatment.
As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, CalStar 5 arrives to meet Medic 25 at Mee Memorial.
Turnover to the helicopter was very smooth and very quick. We stood by for a minimal amount of time while they landed, entered our ambulance. We gave a handoff report, continuity of treatment, and helped them load the helicopter.
In addition to the patients found at the scene of the shooting, several patients drive themselves to Mee Memorial to seek medical care for their injuries.
When multiple patients leave the scene to go somewhere else, in this case, the closest hospital, the mass casualty incident spreads to a second site. Patients were now at 2 different locations, which meant that EMS resources had to be divided and sent to both locations.
It is the specialized services of a trauma center that are often needed for patients with gunshot wounds. The ED staff at Mee Memorial are capable of excellent care. However, Mee Memorial is not a trauma center. Our closest trauma center in Monterey County is Natividad in Salinas. Therefore, the highest priority for care for these patients is in stabilizing them and transporting them to Natividad.
With multiple patients arriving at the nearby hospital, some of the EMS units responding to the scene of the shooting are diverted to Mee Memorial. After handing off their patient to the CalStar team, the crew of Medic 25 joins Medic 38 and an ambulance crew from U.S. Army military base Fort Hunter Liggett to assist with the care and transport of patients to the county's trauma center. Patients requiring life-saving procedures, such as placement of a breathing tube or emergency treatment for a collapsed lung, receive those procedures in the emergency department prior to transport. As the emergency department team stabilizes patients and the EMS crews prepare patients for transport, hospitals communicate their ability to accept patients through the county's ReadyNet emergency communications system.
The use of ReadyNet facilitates sharing information between hospitals and EMS dispatch. The hospitals are able to share information on how many patients they can handle during a large incident. The EMS dispatch center is then able to relay that information to EMS providers that are in the field. The county's adult trauma center, Natividad, was able to accommodate all the patients from the King City incident that needed a trauma center.
A total of 7 patients were transported by ground or air to Natividad, the county's trauma center. AMR Medic 26 and Medic 47 transported patients directly from the scene of the incident. Medic 25, Medic 38, Fort Hunter Liggett Medic 8869, and the CalStar Medevac helicopter transported patients from Me Memorial to Natividad. Some units transported more than one patient.
You can send a clear Me Memorial. I'll be heading up to Natividad.
19-year-old male coming from King City, chief complaint, multiple GSWs to the abdomen. Blood pressure did improve after 1 liter normal saline, 1 gram of TXA. Blood pressure is 60/40, oxygen 94 on room air, heart rate 50 sinus.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys ready? Ready. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Sir, can you hear me? Okay. Airways intact. Can you open up your mouth for me? Good job.
1 plus radio pulse.
Open your
Radio
eyes.
pulse.
16 to the left, DC. Pupils, radioactive.
18 to the right.
Peyton.
Seems like multiple gunshot wound to the anterior abdomen. He's hypotensive. He has peritonitis. He's gonna go to the OR.
I'm sorry. There's a second GSW that just arrived. She's pale, diaphoretic, and hypotensive. Can you come see her?
Sure. I'll be right over.
Thank you.
Let's call for MTP. Get the blood going, and let's get him ready to go to the OR. Can you please call my backup surgeon in? Okay. Hello? Hello, I'm Dr. Tran. Hi. Can you let me know what's going on?
The emergency department and trauma teams at Natividad continue to assess and treat the injured as additional patients arrive. Backup surgical teams respond to the hospital. Patients are taken to the operating room as needed, while others are stabilized and admitted to the hospital.
I was the trauma surgeon on call that day, and we got a ring down stating that we will receive several patients, unknown number from King City, and there was a mass shooting at King City. Our first patient arrived roughly 15 minutes after the ring down, and the patient was critically injured, requiring an operation. So I call in my trauma backup surgeon to come in and help, knowing that we will receive several more. And at that time, we received more information from EMS stating that the second patient will also be quite sick and currently receiving blood from Me Memorial. So at that point, I head up to the operating room, and my trauma backup surgeon already arrived to the hospital within the next 15 minutes. So she was able to take the second patient to the operating room, and within the span of 30 to 40 minutes, we received the rest of the patients.
On arrival, it was managed chaos, as the emergency department almost always is. We relied on open communication and frequent reassessment. As you can imagine, there were abnormal vital signs to deal with, bleeding, pain. Shortly after the patients arrived, there was then family, both calling and in the lobby, lots of heightened anxiety. We had several people come down and help us out from other departments, both with transportation and also with our needs in the emergency department. At least one patient needed to be transported back from the CT scanner emergently to receive a breathing tube and undergo several life-saving procedures. It made me feel good to have skills that were needed. It made me feel good to be available on that day. But overall, it just reinforced how much I love my job. I love to be there for people when they need it, and they needed it that day.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eddie.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm doing a lot better this morning, thank you.
So, yesterday you had surgery. I just want to make sure everything's going okay this morning. The pain's under control?
Yeah, This is my mom, Sylvia, Irene, and Kristen.
Hi, nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. He's doing very, very well. Do you have any questions for us?
How long do you think rehab took?
Well, that all depends on how you do. It takes, a couple of days to over a week. So the more you work with physical therapy, it will strengthen your muscles, and if your pain is under control, then you can go home with your family.
The patients and families affected that day continue to recover, as does the community and the many professionals who work together to treat the injured and to save as many lives as possible. An EMS system needs to be more than just a collection of agencies and individuals. An organized and efficient response to an incident like this doesn't just happen. The Monterey County EMS Agency develops protocols, participates in training, reviews cases, and works with all of the organizations, hospitals, and people involved in EMS throughout the county. We prepare so that we are prepared, and so that the system and its providers are ready when the call comes in.
The King City incident was both tragic and traumatic. Our hearts go out to the victims, their families, and the community. We extend our gratitude to the agencies, hospitals, and professionals who came together and carried out their roles with an exceptional level of skill and proficiency. Their efforts are worthy of the highest level of recognition and appreciation. We would like to thank you.
We were asked to let the credits roll all the way through, though, during the presentation, though, correct?
It's up to your discretion.
Go ahead, let it play.
Thank you.
Teresa.
Thank you for the opportunity to show you this video. I hope that we have accomplished our goal of giving you a perspective of EMS that you hadn't seen before. And I'd like to acknowledge the fact that some members of the AMR team are here, including the two of the paramedics who were interviewed they were present during the incident. And we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, questions from the dais. Supervisor Daniels?
It's really risky for the person who knows the least to jump in first, but thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate understanding better sort of how interconnected EMS is with all of these different entities. When I was looking at the report, though, my one question that I had that I'm hoping to get a better understanding of is funding for the EMS agency and the CSA 74 special tax, as well as the MADI funding that comes from the levy for specific traffic violations. My question is twofold. One, is that enough? It also appears that the revenues are decreasing and expenses are increasing. And I'm just curious as to why that per parcel tax has not increased at all, even just for cost of inflation. And are there any other ways you're looking as an agency to diversify your revenue streams and what's on the horizon?
Supervisor Daniels. As a matter of fact, we have a presentation coming up related to the CSA, specifically to talk to your board about the CSA 74 and the funding. So you are correct. The CSA 74, which is a special tax, it is our primary source of funding. It was set back in the year, I'm going to say 2000 to 2001, and it hasn't increased since then. Mm-hmm. In order to increase it, it has to go out to vote by the residents, and the EMS agency would have to cover its share of the cost of running the election. So that's one of the obstacles there, because then there's no guarantee that will pass. The MADI, you are correct in your description of the MADI funds, and the CSA 74 is not that it hasn't changed. The amount charged hasn't changed, but as new parcels develop, then we do collect a little bit more. But it just simply hasn't kept up with the pace of the increasing cost of operations. And when it comes to the MADI fund, we are seeing a decrease. We do have a fee that we charge to the trauma center. As the lead agency for the county, we are able to recover some of our costs by implementing some fees. The agency had not implemented fees other than the trauma center fee, because there was a time when we were generating enough funds to cover our operation, but costs have been increasing more rapidly in the recent time. And so it is time for us to start to consider different ways for us to diversify and increase our revenue. One of them is grants, but as you probably know, they're resource intensive, and we have been understaffed for some time now. Your board did approve for us the fees for aircraft providers in the county, and those started last year, but we didn't actually get to collect on those until this current year. But so we will bring a full presentation on that in the near future, and it'll have a more in-depth review of the funding for the EMS agency.
Thank you for that, and also thank you all for all your work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Just again, thank you for the presentation. The fee, which has been since 2000, I believe, is a $12 a unit fee, which just came before the board. Was it last week? I think it was last week.
Yeah, last week.
We did, quite aware that you can't provide 2025 services on a $2,000 budget, basically. 2,000-year budget, sorry.
Yes.
So the board did unanimously approve wanting to look at this again and gave direction for it to come back. So hopefully we are going to have something that will be a lot more sustainable, and my hope in the long run, something that will be appropriate for inflation too, as much as possible.
Thank you. And yes, and the responsibilities of the EMS agency have been increasing in the last few years. The state changed some of the regulations related to the oversight of the STEMI and the stroke centers. And so we have more work to do, but with not enough funding to do it. There's no funding that comes to us from the state for the work that we do.
Look at my right. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just what an incredible video and recreation of just an incredibly horrific and tragic event for the community. It was hard to watch, honestly, and I can only imagine for the community members who were a part of that experience, and then engaging in the recreation. Hopefully there were parts of that that allowed everyone to come back together and engage in some healing. But also, I just want to say thank you, because I think there is a lot of education for the larger community to be able to see all of the different pieces that have to be moving in concert together. So for those of you who are here, thank you for your service to our community and for your rising to meet a challenge that hopefully you never have to experience again. But we appreciate you and we thank you and we honor your service to community members. I'm so sorry for the experience that you had to go through. And to the larger team around our EMS agency, we're so grateful that you're here and that you do the work that you do. And I know that when we travel as a family, we oftentimes go on extended outings in the wilderness. I now always look up the EMS agency in whatever county we're headed to let them know that we're headed out into the wilderness with a group of small children, just to find out who's responsible and where the nearest trauma center is and who the air ambulance company is, so that we can make sure we've kind of got our ducks in a row in the event that we would ever need to utilize that. But knowing that there's these systems in place that are designed and functioning is one of those kind of like things that I think provides me reassurance that's not all random, that all of these things happen because we've got people thinking about and planning for and designing systems that allow responses to function in ways that protect life. So thank you for all of that. The question that I had, it's sort of around the funding side of things, and I do think we have a funding model that's in place that was designed many years ago that I think isn't sufficient to keep up with where we need to go. And so really the question is how do we and what do we need to be doing to think about moving into a future for funding sustainability that allows us to continue designing a system that coordinates with all of the different moving parts, allows us to continue to be prepared for different types of emergencies. We know that we've had COVID was a type of emergency that we didn't anticipate. It created a different set of scenarios that we had to respond to. The fires that we've had, the aging population, different types of transit challenges. There's just a whole bunch of different things are changing over time. The technology that's available to be able to respond in the field, to medical crises as they're evolving. There's just a lot of things that are changing. So the first question is about funding, and then I'll have a second question just in regards to AEDs, which is around technology. And I know there isn't a dedicated source of funding for AEDs, but we've had a reason to sort of question and ask questions around where in the county we have AEDs, and are there grants? Do we have anyone looking at, and would there be an opportunity over the next year to really think about dedicating time and resources to expanding out an AED program? I know in Ventura County, they've used some of their tobacco settlement dollars to purchase AEDs and have them placed strategically throughout the county. Is that something that we've ever looked at? And could we add that to our sort of strategic plans for the coming year or years?
And so in terms of just general funding, we have been exploring different opportunities. And we are bringing a presentation to you in the near future that will provide more detail. There is what we may call some low-hanging fruit. There are other things that need a little more work. But we're throwing spaghetti at the wall and explore anything that might be available to us when it comes to funding. In terms of the AED, I do have Kimberly Hernandez, who leads that program. In terms of funding, I know we work with Elsa on looking at things that may be appropriate for funding for the EMS agency. Many sources of funding that we get sometimes come with limitations. So for instance, MADI fund, it has to be used for very specific things, and those things are prescribed in regulation. But we have under Kimberly's lead in that program, we have done a good job at taking advantage of a new software of location of the AEDs and better management. I don't want to misspeak, so do you mind?
Yes, good afternoon. So within the EMS agency's website, we have what's called Pulse Point Registry. So anyone in the public or businesses, whoever places an AED, they register because they have to register AEDs through the EMS agency. So we use the Pulse Point Registry, which is a free platform. It's a nonprofit. Anyway, Pulse Point's nonprofit, but the ability to use the registry is free, and it's on our website. And if you pull up Pulse Point, you can use it. There's an application on your phone you can download through iOS or Google Store, whatever it might be, and you can see all of the AEDs that are within Monterey County. And since using Pulse Point, I think we had 400 registered AEDs, and now we're up to about 900 that are registered within Monterey County.
All right, Supervisor Alejo.
No, I just wanted to comment on the video. Thank you. I think it was very illustrative of all the coordination that happens between multiple agencies. And I thought that all the employees who participated did very well in their acting. But I think to convey to the public about what happens on a daily basis, in this case, it was something that we rarely see, but the communication, the coordination, and the professionalism from the first people who arrived to everything that happened before and after really made a big difference there. So sometimes we need to take a moment to retell these stories to show how critical these services are for our communities when we need them the most. And so hats off to all our staff and for doing the video, but also for the work that they do each and every day for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I just want to start by thanking everybody who had a role in making sure the community was taken care of a year ago. That event continues to traumatize our community. It's still something that folks who live in that area talk about every single day. What doesn't get mentioned because it works so well was the system, right? The fact that folks showed up and folks got taken where they were. When you're able to exist in a place without folks saying it was broken, that's the beauty of work well done. And so I want to thank you all for playing your part in that large system that made sure the community was taken care of in one of the most traumatic events that we've ever been through in King City and Southern Monterey County. So I want to open with that and just say thank you. But I also want to say we have an opportunity to do better in terms of the funding, and I want to talk about the funding. I know Teresa and I have been exchanging emails, and this board knows that I don't like unfunded mandates, and I don't like folks telling us what to do without backing it up. And I think one of those places I'm having that challenge is with the prisons, where right now they're taking a lot more resource than they are paying for in terms of our ambulance service. And so as we move forward, I just want to be clear that I want to make sure that we get more. We've billed nearly $4 million in the last year to the prison, and we got less than 10% of that back. So when you talk about where change could happen, especially in Southern Monterey County, where we need additional placement, because unfortunately, as we've seen in the last year, a lot of the trauma happening is in Southern Monterey County, we need that rate to go up. It's almost worth hiring somebody to do nothing but sit on top of the prison system to get them to reimburse us at the rate that our community deserves, right? Having that facility in our community in itself is something, a benefit that we're providing the state in terms of supplying a workforce and folks taking care of them, but they can do their part in making sure that our community outside of that facility is taken care of. Again, they're billed like everybody else at the $12 rate per unit. So just wanted to call that out as an opportunity for us to invest to do better and sitting on top of that reimbursement rate as we move forward. But I don't want that to detract from the key here, which is that we've been able to keep up a system which is there for community. And as we talk about future technologies, we spent a lot of time talking to folks at Joby, at Archer, and others who are also looking at expanding aerial mobility in terms of emergency services. And so as we look to the future as well, making sure that we stay apprised of things moving in that sphere so that when they have an opportunity to come online, we are prepared to be able to receive those air ambulances in whatever form they may be beyond a helicopter in the near future, as I've seen it called out. But I think the unique approach we saw today to telling this story shows that we're willing to be creative in our approach to make sure that what we're doing is reaching as many people as possible and providing the best service possible. So thank you for this report and its unique presentation, and thank you to everybody who had a role in making sure our community was safe a year ago and making it come together in this way that's going to be very, as Supervisor Alejo said, illustrative for our community of how the system does work for them every single day, even in worst case scenario, or hopefully when somebody has a bad fall and it's not as serious, the system is still there for them. And I think that is the key. We have to continue to uphold every member of our communities. So thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're being asked to accept and approve this report. So we're going to take this out to the public and then bring it back. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this? I see Mr. Peterson coming forward. Was surprised not to hear from him during public comment, so we'll take it now.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson. And I'd just like to request not just that this be put on a website, but it be put someplace really easy to find, because, well, not only was it excellent, but we are unfortunately in an era where what government does is not fully understood nor appreciated. Trump's been at it again in the last couple days. And putting something like this so people can hopefully stumble on it would be essentially good PR for the county. And it's a bad way to put it, but it's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? See nobody coming forward, we'll go to Zoom. See no hands going up, we will bring it back to this board for approval. Got a motion from Supervisor Alejo, a second from Supervisor Askew, and with deep appreciation, I will ask the clerk to call the vote. Actually, we'll just do this because we're all here. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The measure carries. Thank you very much. All right, I've been promised the next presentation will be done under 5 minutes, so Mr. Spencer, get in the box. You're up.
Might as well keep working till you're done.
I wouldn't mind it. You guys tell me. Or burritos from Charito?
Okay, can you please share staff right? Good morning, members of the board. My name is Haya Honorado. I am the project planner for the California Ranches LLC and Reynolds Land and Cattle Company application, 8CD planning file number PLN 230230. The subject properties are located off of Lone Oak Road in King City within the Central Salinas Valley area plan. This is parcel number 1 here, which is split zoned as permanent grazing and farmland, and parcel number 2 is zoned as permanent grazing. Both parcels are undeveloped and currently being used for cattle grazing. The purpose of the lot line adjustment is to provide California Ranches, indicated in yellow here, with direct access from Lone Oak Road through the adjusted area as indicated in blue, from Reynolds Land and Cattle Company, which is indicated in green. Once the lot line adjustment is complete, the adjusted configurations will look like this here, with California Ranches highlighted in yellow and Reynolds highlighted in green. Both parcels are currently under contract with Monterey County through Williamson Act contracts that were adopted by the Board of Supervisors. The proposed lot line adjustment would promote appropriate and orderly growth and development within protected desirable land uses, in this case, agricultural lands, used pursuant to the General Plan Goal Policy Number 26. Staff thoroughly reviewed the application and found that the proposed lot line adjustment meets the county's regulations for lot line adjustment, as well as the state's Williamson Act findings. No new development will result from this project. The lot line adjustment was referred to the Agricultural Advisory Committee at a duly noticed meeting and unanimously voted to recommend approval for the project. The project was also referred to the Land Use Advisory Committee in the South County at a duly noticed meeting and voted to recommend the project for approval as proposed. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors find the lot line adjustment as presented today qualifies as categorically exempt from CEQA, approved to allow lot line adjustment between two legal lots of record, and no net change in acreage under the Williamson Act land conservation contracts, authorized to execute new or amended land conservation contracts, and direct the clerk of the board to record the new or amended contracts and file the lot line adjustment map with the county recorder. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
All right, I'm going to take this out to the public first, see if there's any public input. See nobody coming forward in the room. We do have one hand up from, looks like Donna Davis or Deanna Davis. We'll give you the floor, Deanna, for 2 minutes. You can unmute yourself now.
Yes, my name is Deanna Davis, and representing Reynolds Land and Cattle Company today are myself, CFO and treasurer here in King City, and shareholder Bo Davis. And like Haya had said, the main purpose behind the lot line adjustment is to allow the Singleton's Peachtree Ranch holdings to access Lone Oak Road as opposed to simply the 25. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. See no other hands up, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions? I'll move approval.
Second.
I've got a second from Supervisor Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, do we want to keep going? Just kidding. Messing with you guys. I'm looking at the clock. I've got 12:36 on right now, so I'm going to say let's get back here at 2. Thank you. All right, everybody, we're sitting here at 2 o'clock. So you give them a long lunch and they don't get back. See how that works? Now I've got Supervisor Daniels in the back and Supervisor Askew joining us, and we'll have Supervisor Church with us shortly. So with that, we're going to officially reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Looking at our scheduled matters, the first thing we have this afternoon is the interpreter's announcement. Diego.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, looking at our scheduled matters, we're going to begin with an update of the operations and outcomes of the Share Center. For that, I believe we're going to Robin McCray, according to my notes.
He's here, but he has a paper jam.
Okay.
Maybe I should take the center one. Yeah. Thank you, Desiree. Good afternoon, Supervisors.
And Supervisors, just wondering if the clerk is available to pull up the presentation.
If the media room could put the presentation up, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
David, can you pull the presentation up, please?
Thank you so much.
And will I be advancing slides or is someone assisting? Okay, just with the mouse. Pardon? Spacebar? Okay. Well, good afternoon, Supervisor Root Askew, Alejo, Lopez, and Daniels. And I'm glad to tell you that although he's not here, Supervisor Church did recently get a chance to view the Share Center or take a tour of the Share Center. So he's probably pretty well up to speed. My name is Robin McCray. I'm the CEO of Community Human Services. And I have with me today Evangelina Ochoa. She's our Senior Program Officer of Homeless Services, and Desiree Mora. She's the Program Officer at the Share Center and in charge of the day-to-day operations. They're going to help me answer any questions you may have, and I'm going to go ahead and proceed with the presentation. So just a little bit about Community Human Services. We're a nonprofit agency dedicated to providing high-quality mental health, substance use, and homeless services to Monterey County residents to help them reach their full potential. So we have many integrated services that help us address our clients' needs holistically. And we've been operating in Monterey County since 1969. I'm sure you're familiar with the Share Center, but just a quick overview in case people would like a little more information. The Share Center has a variable capacity with a maximum number of 104 beds. That is a variable capacity because it really depends on the size of the families that occupy the family units. There are 24 men's beds, 24 women's beds, and 56 family beds in 12 bedrooms. We offer a variety of case management services, and that includes rapid rehousing, financial assistance for things like rental assistance, application fees, move-in costs. We use some of that for landlord incentives. We provide housing navigation services, employment assistance, assistance with enrollment and benefits programs, linkages to medical, mental health, and substance use services, assistance with personal financing and budgeting, helping people attain educational and vocational goals, and family reunification when that's in the best interest of the clients. Program participation is not required. That's an element of Housing First and a best practice, but most of our clients do partake in services. The eligibility requirements for the Share Center is the individual must meet the federal definition of homelessness, be nonviolent, not a registered sex offender, and capable of self-care. The intake process is pretty simple. We try to keep it as easy to access as possible. There's a phone screening for eligibility. If there's a bed available, we facilitate an admission. If there isn't a bed available, the person goes on a waiting list. If the intake schedule is scheduled, they meet with the case manager for in-processing, review the program guidelines, take a tour of the facility, and they're admitted. And if not, like I said, they go on a waiting list until a bed is available. The program amenities include laundry facilities, health clinic hours, which is a new feature we brought back recently. So Dr. Tunzi is now offering basic health services at the clinic. And Desiree, I don't recall the hours or days of the week. How many days a week is that?
It's once a week.
Once a week. And donated clothing items, hygiene kits, toys and games, a computer internet access. There's a computer lab with 3 computers and internet access throughout the facility, and kind of a computer a bar, not a bar, but counter, where if people have their own laptops or devices, they can use it at that counter. A TV and projector, outdoor recreation areas, dog kennels, healthy snacks and meals, and the on-site medical clinic. That made it up there twice because it's important. So the Share Center, as I said, is a low-barrier shelter guided by Housing First principles. Housing First is characterized by minimizing barriers to entry, such as personal identification papers, sobriety, mandatory program participation, minimum income. We don't impose any of those barriers. And the focus is on access to permanent housing. The Share Center is not transitional housing, however. So guests are supported in setting achievable goals in a personalized housing plan. They create their own goals, and we help them attain those goals. And their length of stay is variable person to person or family to family, and it's determined by their progress in achieving their housing goals and housing availability. And progress is reviewed every 30 days. So the Share Center is staffed with the following positions. Evangelina is assigned to the program, 0.25 as an FTE, as Senior Program Officer. Desiree is 1 full-time equivalent program officer. We also have 1 FTE program coordinator, 4 FTE case manager housing navigators, 3 FTE support counselors 2, 8.2 FTE support counselors 1, a full-time office manager, a full-time office assistant, and we subcontract with Dorothy's Place to provide 2 case manager housing navigators for the men, and Victory Mission to do food service for the shelter. A common question we get is, what's the difference between a support counselor 1 and a support counselor 2? Support counselor 2s will help guests work on their making progress on their goals, and provide a presence for safety and security of the facility and the staff and the clients. The support counselor ones are primarily there to ensure the safety and security of the facility, the guests and the staff, and to provide 24-hour supervision. So we did have some initial challenges. They weren't grave, but they, just part and parcel of assuming operations and being the new operators in the program. We assumed operations in September of 2024. At that time, we were staffed at 60% and had a census of 78 individuals in the clinic. And as of the month, end of the month in April, we're staffed at 95%, which means at that point we just had 1 vacancy, and our census was up to 82. Initially, the wait list was at 539 households, 1,129 people, and then as of April 30, the wait list is down to 180 with 406 individuals. A lot of that is just doing routine maintenance on the waiting list. We had staff go through and make contact with everyone to find out if they were still homeless, still met eligibility criteria, still wanted services, and then of course we increased the admissions in the 3 months or in the 5 months between September and April well, I can't count. That's really 6 or 7 months. So that's in large part why the waiting list is now down to 180. So we immediately began addressing some issues that we observed. So we cleaned up the waiting list, and there was some on-site drug use that we addressed. There was some guest aggression towards staff and each other, and we addressed that. There were individuals who had been making limited progress on housing goals, which was addressed, and there were some individuals that had excessive lengths of stay. So there were individuals who were occupying a bed, but they would maybe only sleep at the shelter 1 or 2, 3 nights a week. So that we took care of that. If you're going to occupy a bed, it should be not just for an occasional place to get a good night's sleep. 16% of the individuals had actually stayed between 1 and 3 years based on HMIS data from the previous year. So now that we're doing lengths of stay based on progress towards housing goals and 30-day check-ins, that's improved greatly. We implemented a new guest handbook. So we encountered and dealt with some resistance to that you might expect. Change is difficult for some people, well, for all of us probably. We've improved the safety and security and accountability and the progress that clients are making. And the majority of guests and staff have expressed appreciation for those improvements. And we did work with the city and county staff, and everyone has signed off on the new guest handbook. So the other challenges included limited office space for case managers and support counselors. And I think that's something that everyone was aware of before September, that there was a lack of private counseling space. So our counselors, case managers, or case manager housing navigators, they don't each have their own individual office. They're sharing offices. They're using one shared office for them to do most of their work, enter their case notes, that sort of thing. And when they need private one-on-one time, they check out an office. So there is 2 offices available for the private one-on-one case management housing navigation. We did have a bed bug infestation in October, November, December. It took 3 months to finally eradicate the problem, but we're good now. And you learn a lot the first time you have a bed bug infestation. We've never had one before in all the facilities we've run, so that was something new for us. Washers and dryers were inoperable until mid-November. We were giving people coins to use to do their laundry off-site, and so it's great now to have working washers and dryers at the facility. There was an issue, I'm not sure if it was the electrical outlets or the bed bug boxes themselves, but we've had different reports of what the problem was, but it's been resolved now. And that was slowing us down on admissions because we needed to put everybody's belongings through the bed bug boxes. And we had been previously operating 4 at a time, and we weren't able to do that. It was 1 at a time, and it takes a number of hours before the items are deemed to be safe to come out of the box and into the facility. The water filtration system was inoperable until April. We had bottled water, so there was a workaround that was fairly easy. That is working now, which is wonderful. The carpeting in the computer room had a moldy smell, and that's scheduled for replacement in June. Actually, I think we're going to replace it with a vinyl tile. The facility interior is scheduled also to be painted, and the kennel expansion and backyard improvements are in discussion. Potentially moving the kennels to the back of the property, which would be ideal. That way, when you enter the shelter, if there are a lot of dogs in the kennel, they bark at the people, they bark at you as you walk up to the door. So it would just be a more welcome entry if dogs weren't barking at you when you walked up to the door. So we've had some good outcomes in the less than a year that we've been there. We've served 222 individuals, and this is sort of the distribution geographically across the county where the individuals came from. And as you can see, most of the clients, our guests, have come from within the city of Salinas. 99 of them were male, 120 were female, and 3 identify as other. This is the ethnicity breakdown of those 222 individuals. Let's see, 35% Hispanic, 4%, it looks like that's Black African American, 16% white, 38% multiple ethnicities. The AAIP was unknown as the small one, 0. I don't remember what the number, I think the number that you can't see is 3% was indigenous and 4% was, 3% was AAPI and 4% was indigenous. Pardon me. And here's the age breakdown of those same individuals with, a pretty fair mix of the, I'm going to have to figure this out here. Maybe you can help, but it looks like 55 to 59, 45 to 54, and 25 to 34. So right in the middle is where most of the individuals are is in terms of age. But if you look at under 5, 5 to 9, 10 to 14, and 15 to 17, that makes up a large part too. So a number of them are youth. So in the months that we've been there, 74 people, as of April 30th, 74 people had exited, and 34 or 46% of them to permanent housing, 15 or 20% to transitional housing. Both of those we consider positive exits. Sometimes the individual can get housing for longer while they continue to work on their housing goals, and they can get more case management and support services from another program, and it might be more appropriate, especially if they're a family, to move into transitional housing and out of the shelter. 2% went to institutions. Sometimes that's jail, sometimes that's a hospital. 9 or 12% returned to homelessness or another shelter, and 14 went to unknown exits. Sometimes people just leave and they don't notify us, so we try to avoid that, but sometimes it's unavoidable. 146 or 94% of the individuals connected to benefits, and you can see the most frequent was CalFresh, 71 people or 48%, and Medi-Cal, 133 or 91%. So 16 employment placements were made, and the kinds of assistance provided included preparing resumes, filling out job applications, conducting online job searches, preparing for interviews, and transporting individuals to interviews and job fairs. And just so I didn't create a new page, we've got pets on the same page. We had 4 dogs at the time that the report was prepared in May, 4 dogs, 2 cats, and a bird. We've had snakes. We've had all sorts of animals. Just some of our more recent housing placements. In February, we had 4 to permanent housing and 6 to transitional. In March, we had 9 to permanent and 0 to transitional. And in April, 3 to permanent and 3 to transitional. But we're noticing we're gaining steam, and there are more positive outcomes every month. And I think that's just, we're on a positive trajectory for improving our outcomes now that we've got our operations firmly set in place there. And then the county asked us to include some of our community partners. So obviously Dorothy's and Victory Mission are our 2 biggest partners, since they're actually subcontractors and providing case management, housing navigation, and food service. But we work closely with Housing Resource Center, Housing Authority, Community Homeless Solutions, Door to Hope, Sun Street, Monterey County Behavioral Health, MCOE, Department of Social Services, and individual landlords and property management companies. And I didn't list it, but it shouldn't go without saying, we do a lot of intra-agency referrals to other community human services programs, like our family service centers, where people can get outpatient mental health counseling at no cost, drug treatment services, also at no cost. And we do quite a few of those. Excuse me, parenting education, and supervised visitation in exchange for non-custodial parents. So, but we are just as likely to do interagency referrals. We know that we can't provide everything under the Community Human Services umbrella, and we've worked with the partners in the community for years and years to best meet the needs of our clients and guests. So the county also asked us to show you just the average length of stay in the 6 months that we've been operating, and you can see we tend towards longer stays. 31 to 60 days was 27 individuals. 61 to 90 days was 25 individuals. 91 to 180 days, so 6 months, that was 35 individuals. And 181 to 364 was 31 individuals. So obviously some of these individuals were in the shelter on April 1st or before April 1st in order to be in that 181 to 364 category. And some of the things that contribute to these longer stays are little to no housing history, high cost of living in our area, a scarcity of affordable housing, and medical or mental health issues. So our contract had service goals stated for this program. The first goal was to have 90% occupancy, and it grew from 71% in September to 90% in May. It hovers right around 88 to 91%. So we're feeling good about that. The second goal was 70% exit to permanent housing. We could do better here. We were at 46% in April. That number is probably higher now because I know I've been seeing more permanent housing exits, but I don't have that number for you. Almost everything in this report, except for what dogs and cats we had in the building, is as of April 30th. The third goal was 100% exit to known destinations, and we had 82% known destinations, as 12% did exit without notice to us. The fourth goal was to provide 12 months of assistance to 100% of the guests receiving rental assistance, and we reached 100%. The fifth was to complete HMIS data within 72 hours. Again, we could do better here. 60% of the entries and 50% of the exits were completed within 72 hours. Some of the reasons that we fell short on this goal was at the beginning when we took the program over, the operations, we had to exit everybody and re-enter them under our HMIS account. So it was twice the work. Everybody had to be exited out of BACS, and everyone had to be re-entered as Community Human Services client. And that was just labor intensive. The sixth goal was 100% HMIS universal data element completion, and we're close. We had 95% completion. So here are some of the success stories. There are a lot of them, but guest A was pregnant and recently got a job in an after-school program, a major step towards greater stability and independence. Guest E is a senior, got a voucher and her own apartment in April, received household essentials and basic furnishings from the Share Center through the Rapid Rehousing Fund. Guest O graduated from high school in May despite her family's many challenges. Guest R and her 2 daughters received household furnishings and kitchen essentials from the Share Center when they moved into their own home in the spring. And Guest S has a disabling work injury that left her homeless, and she's been persevering for over 2 years to qualify for SSDI, and she finally got it, and she and her children moved into their own place in January. So we did receive feedback and sought feedback. Guests expressed they appreciate clear expectations, increased safety and security, reductions in unsafe or risky behaviors on site, in improvements in overall environment. Some of the comments included, this is a dream, like a 5-star hotel, compared to other shelters I've stayed in the Share Center. Keep showing up for us. That's a great testimony or testament to the staff. And it was a good experience. I recommended it to others. Guests suggested include Suggestions include increasing staff engagement and support, so something we can work on. And they would like us to highlight opportunities for continued growth. And that's the conclusion of the presentation, but all three of us are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Alejo?
Thank you, Ms. McCray, for the presentation. I certainly wanted this presentation, one, because it's been 1 year that you've taken over, so it's good to get a progress report. But this presentation is important for our staff, but most importantly for the public, most importantly for the legislators. And I'm glad you invited Supervisor Church to come visit. I think we need to do that with Speaker Rivas, with our Congress members, Senator Laird, because as we speak, this week, they're voting on the budget, and there is zero, not a single penny, for the next round of HAP funding. We got $1 billion. The last few years, we're barely trying to roll out round 6 of HAP. But after that, there's no commitment. And in the legislative bill that's being voted on this week, they say for the subsequent year, there's only intent. Maybe they might give us half of what we used to get, $500,000. And that's going to have an impact on the Share Center and other programs that are funded through the HAP funding that comes directly through the county, through the Department of Social Services, and then the HAP funding that comes through our continuum of care. I always say in these meetings, nobody's going to tell our story unless we tell them ourselves. So this safety net called the Share Center, it's where people go while they're looking for that permanent housing. It's a safe place for kids, women, seniors, people of all walks of life, all parts of our county, as you listed here. So this data is important to tell that story. And this last guest success stories, I think we need to find more of those to highlight, to tell the public, look, homelessness doesn't get addressed overnight, but one family at a time. Every family that you got listed here, that you got them into permanent or transitional housing, that makes it all worthwhile. And for me, it's inspirational. I'm sure for your staff, every family we get in, the kids got into a permanent home. That's a success story. That is a victory that is worth celebrating. But here we are looking at a governor who's kind of, for me, the governor and the legislature are kind of surrendering when they don't commit any additional dollars to keep the Share Center open, Casa Nochebuena open. We have several projects that Roxanne and a bunch of partners are trying to get across the finish line in King City, in Soledad, and Watson Pajaro, several in Salinas. All those projects took a long time to get to the near finish line. We open them, the money dries up, and then we shut them down. And then the legislature and the governor and the people of California said, what are we doing wrong? This is what we're doing wrong, is by not giving us a consistent commitment of funding to keep your staff going, to keep this shelter open, and then all these other projects that we've been working on together for the last several years. It's really going to be a setback. So that's why I always say this data, this storytelling to the public and to the policymakers beyond this Board of Supervisors is really crucial moving forward. The other part that I wanted to highlight was I have some questions here as well. The other part was because of the City of Salinas conversation. So I think we need to get this presentation to the City Council. There's a lot of new council members there. They need to come visit because they're our partner in running the Share Center, and they're having more difficult budget times, right? And so now they're looking, hey, can we close the shelter they operate in Chinatown? They're also looking at the Share Center. Can we commit beyond next year to continue to be a partner? They must be a partner. This is a collaboration between the county and the city and your nonprofit, but we have to educate. We have to continually educate local decision makers, especially the new ones, of why this center is so crucial for all the people you serve. I know when I go there during Christmas and I see all the faces of all those young kids, there would be no way that I would, on my dime, not keep that place open, because it's a life and death situation for the most vulnerable, very young kids, babies. And unless you don't have a heart as a decision maker, elected official, if you go in there, I don't see how any elected could say, we're not going to continue to keep a commitment to those families and those individuals that depend on the services that you and your dedicated staff do every single day. And you're right, this work ain't easy. There's a lot of challenges. You explained it, but once you see it happen in your behind your doors, it's difficult, and it really takes a patient and dedicated staff to manage that professionally. And that's where the last point I would make is you transitioned a year ago, but if we don't tell our stories, it allows disgruntled clients to go to a reporter like they did with the Cal Matters article and really paint an inaccurate picture, right? Yes, no shelter is perfect. Every shelter deals with very high needs clients. But because there was an error here or an error there, doesn't mean it didn't get fixed. It doesn't mean it continues to this day. But I just thought that was a cheap shot to all the collaborative work we got to get the Share Center up and running and working through the difficulties that come with running a shelter and the client base that we serve. But for me, that was another reminder how we need to use this information to be proactive and counter misinformation, because sometimes it only comes from somebody that's disgruntled, and it doesn't tell the accurate story of the professional services you and your team provide at the Share Center. So that's why this is fresh on my mind, and I think we just got to continue to tell our work, tell the story of the good work we're doing, why it matters, and how crucial it is to keep the Share Center open in Salinas, the Casa Noche Buena and Seaside, and the other projects that we want to get up in King City, Soledad, Pajaro, Watsonville, and the other hotel conversions in Salinas. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Church.
Sure. So I'm here in the third year I've been on the board. I try to get around and look at different facilities, and it's amazing how many there are. I haven't even got down to South County yet, and I hear it's worthwhile to drive down there too. But as Supervisor Alejo pointed out, went over and we went to the tour of the Share Center, and I go around and look at things, and you see things, well, yeah, I see where we need to put some money into here. We need to do things here. We're not doing this right. And it's important because we're looking at a $2.3 billion budget, all these facilities, and there's so much that's got to be weighed. To see it in person makes all the difference. And I will say it was really a very, very pleasant experience to go out here to the Share Center, to see it, how, as it's pointed out, how clean it is, how happy people are, everything that their activities outside. It's one of those few times you go out and you see something that everything lines up just about perfectly. And this is an example of when government does something, that it can do it right. And I wish we could, take that model and put everything else we ever do, because you're taking a problem, you're finding a solution. And you're giving dignity to people who don't have dignity. You're giving them a hope to people who don't have hope. You're providing a future to people who a lot of times don't see a future. And as Supervisor Alejo pointed out, I mean, these are the kind of things that need to be funded. And people need to see it. Elected officials need to see it. And I wish there was a way you could just drop something like this on somewhere like the state and say, here's how it should be done, and find the money for that, because it's well spent, it's well done, and I also would suggest it needs to be shared with the city council too, since they're a big role into it, and anybody else around the board who hasn't seen it. I'm sure everybody probably has. I don't know if Supervisor Daniels has. You have. Everybody's seen it, but so it's really great. Thanks.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I have the distinct honor of having worked with both Evangelina and Robin, and I look forward to working with you, Desiree, more. But I really do have so much faith in the work that you do. I did get to go to the Share Center with Senator Laird prior to CHS taking over, and even with all of the challenges, the vision that you all had and the investment that was made, the mission, vision, idea, plans. It was beautifully executed. And now it sounds like we have this opportunity with Community Human Services to really improve upon all of the issues and challenges that the Share Center had and be even more successful. So I'm really excited to get this presentation. I have some questions, just curiosity, really, in terms of CHS being an entity that works here in Monterey County and runs 2 other programs similar to the Share Center. As you're making this progress at the Share Center, how does it compare at this point in time in terms of outcomes that you're seeing in your other 2 programs?
So recently I was comparing them, and they're pretty close in regards to the housing outcome, with the other 2 being, I want to say, 57 to 54% housing rate. So they're pretty, especially with Casa and Casa Noche Buena and Schumann Hart House, they're pretty similar. And with the Share Center, they're getting there. I know the Share Center, I believe, I can't remember the actual percentage. If it was in the...
I think the presentation said 46% as of April 30.
April, and it has increased. So we do see the similarities in some of the outcomes in regards to the housing rate and, them improving, getting employment and things like that, so...
And it's part of the Housing First model, but do all 3 programs, are they similar to Share Center that you don't have to participate in the program?
Correct. All 3 have the program handbook is pretty similar. I want to say the difference would be the pets at the Share Center, but for the most part, they're pretty much
Which was
the same.
visionary and very important. One of the things that I was curious about is when someone doesn't participate in the program, they have regular check-ins in terms of the progress they're making. Do you see a difference, or who chooses not to participate, and do they stay longer, or are they just sort of? Is there any characteristic that you could describe, or?
So I know when they don't participate, we find out who else are they working with, right? What other organizations are they partnered with, where they're getting case management, where they're being assisted with employment services or signing up for benefits. So as long as there's some type of positive progress there, it can still count, even though they're not getting case management at the Share Center. If it's someone who's not receiving any support anywhere because they choose not to, nor participating in any case management or meetings with the case managers, that's where we have the 30-day progress check-ins to see how they're going. And if it's just someone occupying a bed, not wanting to progress in any of their housing goals, then eventually they're exited out.
And it was exciting to hear that with CHS operating the Share Center, that guests are able to access other programs that CHS has and other support. There was a comment that you made regarding, you talked about the rental assistance that is provided, and you talked about the challenges that folks are experiencing finding permanent housing. After that 12 months expires for the assistance, what kind of communication are you having with those guests who've already transitioned out of the program? Is there any contact? I mean, the outcome I would be looking to avoid would be that then 12 months is up and they become homeless again. So is there any kind of follow-up or anything with those guests?
We check in. We do make calls. I'm sorry. We do check in with them monthly. So we check in, see how they're doing, how they're paying their rent 100% this month. How is it? Are they running into any issues? With our new rental assistance plan, we are also providing up to 18 months. So it really just depends. So we're just trying to meet them where they're at. We understand life, anything can happen. So we do check in monthly afterwards.
Well, I hope you know that you have a board of supervisors here that I think is 100% committed to the additional steps of creating housing in Monterey County and ensuring that we're doing our part to make sure that that transition is more successful for the folks that you're working with. Because I I mean, I think it's important to say, and I don't know that we heard it in the presentation, but the challenges are so great and so widespread. What are the youngest guests that you have at the Share Center or have had, and what are the oldest guests that you've had?
The youngest, I mean, I think we have a 6-month-old right now, and we do have a couple of guests that, well, one is pregnant and one just had her baby last week. So that's the youngest, and I think the oldest is probably 72. I believe.
Okay. Thank you all so much for doing this work and for the presentation and the update for us to hear about this work. And perhaps there is an opportunity, Supervisor Alejo knows better the legislative cycle and where we're at, but if this board were able to perhaps send a letter about the HAP funding as a board, if we haven't done so yet, that would be something I'd be interested in participating in. Thank you.
Right, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you so much. And I just, a huge appreciation to Community Human Services historically for the work that you've done in partnership with all of our regional cities, our school districts. I know that a lot of folks don't know, but the way that CHS is organized with partnership and board members from all of the regional jurisdictions, it is a unique thing and something that's really special about our region. And Robin, your leadership has just been visionary for decades. So thank you for being a part of what has allowed us, I think, to make progress and have success in these spaces and to be there when we needed you to step in this particular situation. So just big appreciation. I've had opportunity to be at the Share Center before it was full of folks and would love to be able to come up again and visit now that you guys have stepped in. But more importantly, absolutely critical that we find the right ways to continue keeping these safe places available for people to land when they need safe places to regroup and get back on their feet, to get the support that they need to get into stable housing again. In this case, the Share Center, we need to, I think as a board, figure out how we can best support the city of Salinas. We have a new set of folks who are there, some who came back around again, but to make sure everyone understands how critical this particular facility is, and that the state understands that we as local cities and counties we're not able to fund the programs that are necessary to provide the shelter that at the levels that are needed for our residents to address the homeless crisis that exists. We're doing everything we can to increase housing that is affordable for folks, and while also providing the social and health services that are necessary, while also providing for the wraparound case management that's necessary, and we need the state to continue to partner with us so that we can deliver those services. And we just simply can't do it alone. And we're talking about women, we're talking about children, we're talking about families, we're talking about elders, we're talking about people who are working really, really hard to piece things together so that they can take care of themselves and the people that they love. I think there's data that, we look at the safe parking program where we have people sleeping in their cars, working full-time jobs, and not able to afford what it takes to get back into a deposit to get into housing again. The stories are absolutely heartbreaking and could literally be most of us, any one of us, given the economic realities that are out there. I also just have to make the connection to the student homelessness data that continues to be made public that shows that in Monterey County specifically, our student homelessness rates, which really are like a canary in the coal mine, so to speak, continue to be dramatically, statistically, tremendously higher than what we see elsewhere on the Central Coast. When you think those numbers can't get any higher, the next report comes out and they are even higher. And those are families that are double, triple, quadrupled up. Those are families who are doing literally everything that they can to keep some sort of shelter for their children, on the verge of becoming unsheltered. So children sleeping in cars, children sleeping in hotel rooms, children sleeping in garages, children couch surfing, families who are on the verge of homelessness, unsheltered homelessness, who will then become those who we need places like the Share Center for. And in a community where those McKinney-Vento homeless numbers are as high as they are, it is indicative of the fact that our families are barely holding on. And so so if anything, it's the wave of need behind what the Shares Center is providing for and allowing people to have that respite. Currently, we know that the demand behind that is so much greater. So I just thank you, thank your whole team. And we, as a region, as a community, have to recognize and continue to prioritize the need for the beds and the safe places that Community Human Services is continuing to provide. And we're going to have to keep demanding that there be additional resources to help because this really isn't something that we can do on our own. But thank you.
So in wrap up, I just want to thank you for this presentation, for the continued partnership. I know that CHS has been a partner to Monterey County for a very long time in helping to bring solutions for families who are, quite frankly, in the depths of darkness. And when they step into the light of this facility, it's the light that leads them towards better futures. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I know it's not easy to step into a program that is running and try to make it your own and start it back up. So the effort often is more when you're starting from a place that's already half built than as if you were starting from the ground up. So thank you for being willing to step in and be our partner in this space. We appreciate the information, the transparency, and the honesty in some of these numbers. You were honest about some of the challenges that you're facing, some of the things that you saw when you stepped into this space. But big picture, we're glad to have you in this space as our partner and look forward to the continued collaboration. With that, we're going to go to the public and see if there's any public input on this item. Here comes Eloise. So we'll give her the floor first here in room. If you're joining us via Zoom, please use the raise hand function or *9 via landline in order to be recognized. We'll go to Eloise in room first.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Eloise Shim. I'm a Salinas resident. And I did read the Cal Matters article about the practices that would call for better oversight, like employees doing their own laundry at the center and picking through the clothing donations before the clients, which I thought was concerning because that does not sound very professional, and it actually sounds like profound mismanagement. I unfortunately stayed at Dorothy's Place for a spell between 2013 and 2016, and not all employees were more self-serving than client-serving. And also, I personally experienced some bullying from the staff. It was so much bullying from staff that after 2016, I opted at times to living on the street rather than going back to a shelter. Major cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco are questioning where the homeless dollars in the last 5 years went, because the number of homeless people has increased and not decreased. Thank you.
Thank you, Eloise. Anyone else in the room? Please.
Hello, everyone. Chair Lopez and supervisors and the rest. John Gill with the Department of Social Services. And I just want to take a moment also to appreciate CHS and the great partnership we've had with them, and excited about all the things we've been talking about, how to improve, how to make it better, and we've made it a point to also share these positive testimonies every month, because every month for the past few months we've had positive exits and good stories, and we're able to meet with the families there at the Share Center and to be able to talk things through and so forth. So it's a great partnership that we've had. And I also want to mention that just recently the city has gone and had a tour as well. A couple city council members were there. We have one, I think, scheduled for tomorrow with some other city representatives, so they can also see what is happening, where the money is being allocated, the great benefit of having the Share Center available and open to those in need. We're also working with the city to set an appointment sometime in July for Senator Laird to come down, or one of his representatives. So we are in the works for that as well, because we do see the importance, as Supervisor Lejo mentioned and other supervisors, that they need to see for themselves. And I'm a true believer that we won't have to say much if they go down and see for themselves, and those that can make a positive impact and also contribute to continue with this is definitely a point that we want to make across and share these success stories and information. And we're still talking and planning, because we don't plan to close down the Share Center. Whatever it takes, whatever it is that we need to knock on doors and talk to the right people, because it is truly needed, and social services and CHS and a lot more people are also behind the same vision that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anybody else in the room, so I'm going to go on Zoom, and I do see a hand up there. I can't read the name from here. Is it Ricardo Diaz? Ricardo Diaz. We'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that it was a great presentation. So glad that it was brought to the Board of Supervisors, and yeah, it would be a great benefit to also do them at other municipalities, cities. I'm just so proud, like I've always said, to be one of the JPA members. Great presentation by Robin, the CEO, and Evangelina, Senior Program Officer, and everyone else on the team. Some of the stuff that I'm super proud of is the substance abuse, of course, the Narcan that's just available in so many places, and fentanyl test strips. It's so great to have on hand. Everyone should have it, and it even been going out to festivals and community outreach to lots of places in the county, and farm workers out in the fields. The homelessness, help, and the mental health services. And I forgot to say about the substance abuse. It really reached the youth, 1,800 youth. I'm reading off the annual report that I like so much that we got from our retreat. But just kudos to Community Human Services and the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other hands up on Zoom. Nobody else in the room, so I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Any final thoughts before we consider this presentation received? Supervisor Daniels.
Yeah, I know we don't respond to public comment, so I'm just saying this in general, that...
You can, because it's an agendized item, so you
Okay.
can respond if you
All right.
choose.
Well, I don't want to directly call anything out, but there was a Cal Matters article that was a long time ago that was not responding to the individuals and their work that are before us today. I'll just say that.
It was a previous, during the time of the previous provider, not Community Human Services. That is correct, and it's important to clear that for the public.
All right. With that, we'll consider the report received. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, and thank you all for your support. We appreciate your giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's do it again sometime. All right.
Same time next year.
Sounds good. All right. With that, we're going to bring up Craig Spencer to let us know that Pedrazzi is requesting a continuance. So, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. The applicant and county staff are requesting that the board continue the Pedrazzi item to August 19th so we can have some more time to work out some details and some condition language. And I'm happy to answer questions if you have them on that continuance request.
I'm going to go this way. Is there a motion for a continuance?
So moved.
All right. I got a second from Supervisor Alejo. I'll see if there's any public comment on the continuance. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, we're going to the periodic evaluation of the inclusionary housing requirements of Chapter 18.4 of the Monterey County Code.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Darby Marshall, Housing and Community Development. This is a very information-dense package, and I will try to work through it as quick as I can, but if you have questions, feel free to interrupt me. Today, I'm going to give you the 2024 Housing Report for Monterey County and provide, and I'm asking you to consider and provide direction regarding priorities for the 2025-2026 Housing Strategic Plan. So I want to start with some of what we've heard over the last 5 years since we started trying to update the inclusionary housing ordinance in 2019. We've heard that the ordinance just doesn't work, that it's an incentive, a disincentive or an impediment to housing. What's it going to take to get the private sector to build more affordable housing? And from the private sector, we've heard affordable housing is not what we build. Getting one of the inclusionary owner-occupied units is like winning the lottery. What have other communities that are similar to Monterey County done to stimulate affordable housing production? We need more coordination between county departments to maximize impact of county funding. We also have a need to invest in the county-owned homes at Kent's Court, and then prioritizing and keep creating a backup list of projects for county-controlled funds, and once the facilities master plan is done, county-controlled land. I do want to let you know that we do have, hopefully it works. There we go. I have started trying to get our data digitized. Oh, it's not going to let me, sorry. We have started putting together a dashboard that will give you information on where the county has invested housing and community development funds. Right now it's by district. You can look at it by portfolio, how we funded things, whether they were grants, loans, forgivable loans, public services, whatever, lots of different ways to slice this data. And that's one of the challenges with this is everybody's going to want to slice it a different way. But that is there, and I am working with IT to get it put online so that the public can access it. We also have other data sources that we are looking to put online so that we have a better handle on, the community has a better handle on what's out there. I'm going to come back to this again in a little bit, but I do want to highlight this. Back in April, Mr. Spencer and Mr. Franks presented information on the Department of Social Services and Housing and Community Development, and those yellow highlights are areas, are agencies that both organizations have funded using different pots of money. And so there is obviously some overlap between what we do and what other county agencies do. But there is right now not a nexus for where all of that is reported in one place. And so I will come back to this. Affordable housing in the unincorporated areas. The inclusionary housing ordinance has created somewhere in the neighborhood of 320 owner-occupied units, somewhere in the neighborhood of 900 rental units. We've collected about $6 million in lieu fees. We have also supported 448 rental units and emergency shelter beds with those in lieu fees. We have also helped about 350 homeowners with down payment assistance loans, housing rehabilitation loans, and energy efficiency improvements through rooftop solar installation. We've helped support almost 1,200 rental units through acquisition rehab loans, construction and permanent financing, and energy efficiency grants. Wide, and I want to bring in a picture of what's happening in the county because that's where most of the affordable housing opportunities exist. I've identified about 1,300 owner-occupied units. About 700 of those are what are called self-help units, where the homeowner works 40 hours a week to construct their home. The developer comes in and finances the horizontal construction, the roads, the sewer, the water, all that kind of stuff. And then in many cases, the county has stepped up with down payment assistance loans to some of these homeowners because there is still a gap between the cost of construction and what that homeowner can qualify for as a mortgage. That the developer has been carrying that construction financing. Probably the biggest project in the unincorporated area, for those of you who are familiar with North County, would be Moro Coho. And I do want to say that these probably underrepresent the total affordable housing units in the county because the cities don't have all their data available. I would love to put a big list together so we can give you a complete picture. We do have 142 affordable housing projects. Most of these are funded with tax credits. But when we have a tax credit project, those projects have used somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 different state, local, and federal sources of funding. There's about 7,300 deed-restricted affordable units. 90% of them are in cities. This represents $1.5 billion in development costs, and I have not adjusted that. So something that may have cost $350,000 back in 1990, I have not adjusted. I've just taken that $1990 figure. The county has provided somewhere in the neighborhood of $72 million in assistance in either land, grants, loans, and other assistance. I do want to give you an example. When we've looked at about 400 development projects over the last 40 years for the inclusionary housing program. The vast majority of these are small. The average project is 28 units. When we look at that 28, and if we applied it to the current ordinance, which is 25% affordability, we would get 5.4 affordable units, not a lot. And very few of those are going to be very low income. And the very low income, if they're for sale, are almost impossible to finance. The inclusionary housing ordinance is good in integrating affordable units into larger projects, but it is not going to give you a lot of especially affordable units. That's just food for thought. Real quick, East Garrison. This is a 244-acre county-owned land project for 1,400 units. We had a 25% affordability requirement. And the county will share in the profit after the developer achieves a 21.5% internal rate of return. This project essentially implemented the inclusionary housing ordinance and the 2010 general plan land use policy for 5% affordability for workforce. Challenges is these are 1,400 units that are built over 3 housing element cycles, so it's not like we're getting a big bang for our buck all at once. That works out to about 75 units a year between 2010 and 2013. And most significantly, the developer has not paid for the affordable units, for the very low and the low income affordable units. That was passed off to CHISPA and Mid-Peninsula Housing in the development disposition agreement. When I looked at the financing documents for those 2 projects, that was almost $70 million that the developer did not have to pay to build those units. But the other thing is, when these units take 30 years to come online, it really increases the developer carrying costs, which makes it much harder for them to make that internal rate of return, so the county isn't going to see as much in profit sharing down the road. That's in my opinion, that's a big ask for the compliance with just the inclusionary housing ordinance on land the county owned. Six cycle RENA, real quick, the headline number, there are 11,300 affordable units required in the six cycle in Monterey County. Since 1990, we have built 8,600. So we're having to more than double that. That's going to probably take at least $1.5 billion. It's going to be self-help. It's going to be inclusionary. It's going to be tax credit. Who knows how we're going to finance that? Some of our challenges, lack of locally controlled financial resources. We don't control how we can always spend our money. When we use federal home dollars, there are limits on income for the households. There are per unit investment limits. There's a maximum value that can be imposed. And just last week with the permanent local housing allocation, we had to reallocate a big chunk of those dollars to affordable owner workforce housing. We don't always control how we can use the affordable housing dollars. Carrying costs during entitlement and the construction period really make some of these affordable projects hard, especially if they drag for multiple years. Affordable housing developers typically spend 2 to 5 years fundraising. And if they're trying to hold on to land or keep it tied up, that could be a significant financial burden. We don't know what the results of the countywide facilities master plan are going to be, but we may not have a lot of county-owned property that is appropriate for housing. And when I last checked the State Department of General Services website, the state had no surplus land in Monterey County. So there's not a lot, I don't think there's a lot of opportunity right now. The high costs of programs to support ownership opportunities, I would love to be able to say that we could do a down payment assistance or a housing rehab loan program. The challenge is with unstable funding, it's hard to keep the appropriately trained staff on board that can underwrite those loans, that can process those loans, and to develop an adequate pipeline. I've seen it 2 or 3 times in my time with the county where we've started a program, it's gone for a year, we've exhausted the funds, we've moved on, and then we have to start from scratch. So it's a huge challenge. I'd love to create a viable way for us to keep that program going. Our opportunities would be the Local Housing Trust Fund. Right now it's sitting at about a little over $7 million, but a big chunk of that is tied up with PLHA, home, and the land that the county has allocated for Eden Housing out at Laurel Yard. So we're kind of low on cash for opportunities there. I do think that there is an opportunity for us to pool with cities. The challenge there is if the cities come in with money, they're going to want to see something in return. And we're going to have to come up with a fair way to allocate those dollars back and share out the benefits. There is the new Monterey Peninsula Water Management District water allocation that the county has. That may be useful to leverage affordable housing. Although we have had conversations with a couple of developers who have said, yes, they could increase the number of units that they build if we gave them more water, but they cannot make the project financially viable if we increase the affordability requirement beyond that 20%. Okay, so yeah, they can build more and we would get more inclusionary units, but we're not going to get more than 20%. And then city center growth, and then and unincorporated community centers, where we have existing infrastructure is really where it makes sense to build affordable housing because they don't have a lot of those construction costs if you're turning virgin dirt. You know, you really need to have either a built-out subdivision that has the roads, sewers, waters, or be in a city and try to do an infill project. One thing that this county hasn't really ever addressed is having a strategic plan for housing. And I think we need to step back and think about that. What do we want out of an affordable housing plan? Where does the county's housing trust fund fit into it? Where does Kent's Court fit into it? How does it support the 6th cycle housing element and implementing all those programs and policies? And then how do we administer it and how do we staff it? Some of the considerations: public desire to see more privately built affordable housing, development community that believes that the 20% affordability is the upper limit of what they can support and afford to do in a project, and then that whole inclusionary home lottery winner. And then the elephant in the room: where should housing be built? Because I do know that there are cities in the county that feel like they have shouldered an unfair share of the affordable housing burden, and they would like to see more market rate housing, and there are communities that may not have shouldered that share. So I would like to propose a strategic plan that helps get at some of this with why are projects taking so long? We've never really looked at that. We have projects that have been entitled for 20 years. September Ranch, 2006, they're just now breaking ground 20 years later. East Garrison was 6 years from entitlement to the first vertical construction. You have Vista Lucia, which is a 3,000-unit subdivision in Gonzales that is going through the process right now. But that build-out is anticipated over 30 years. That's 300 units a year when we have a 40,000-unit need just to address existing overcrowding. So what's it going to take to get these projects going faster? What policies and programs have communities similar to Monterey County used to increase the supply of affordable housing? And I think it's important that we focus on what is Monterey County, because a lot of the time when I read housing reports and we see recommendations, they sound great in cities. But we are a 3,000 square mile county where population is focused in 2 areas and land is at a premium cost in the most desirable areas. So how do we support affordable housing in that context, and what's appropriate specific for our county? And then what role does the county's inclusionary housing ordinance play in creating that affordable housing? And last, I'm a firm believer that our path forward is going to require creating a county-wide affordable housing plan. It cannot just be Monterey County. It's got to be Monterey County and the 12 cities to actually produce the housing in the numbers that we're going to need. Local Housing Trust Fund, the board established it in May 2022. We have 8 sources of capital, none with real guaranteed annual funding beyond PLHA. As I mentioned earlier, about $7.2 million available. We need to develop a permanent source of ongoing funding for that so that we are in control of not just the money, but the kinds of projects that we want to support. How should we deploy that capital? Should it be ownership assistance? Should it be multifamily projects? Should we be buying land in areas where we want to see affordable housing and then entitling it and bringing in partners like Eden or Mid-Penn or Chispa? What are the underwriting criteria we're going to use to deploy those dollars? And how should we structure the governance? Is it the Board of Supervisors? Is it a hybrid, kind of like TAMC, where we have members of the board and representatives from the cities? rating and ranking these. I don't know. I do know that, going back to purchasing that land, the days when Chispa would buy and land bank, or Mid-Penn and Eden would buy land and land bank it, are gone. Affordable housing is now being done only in partnership with communities that own land that they're willing to dedicate to affordable housing at no cost. So we're not going to see the Chispas or the Mid-Penns stepping into our community and proactively going out and looking for land the way they used to do. We're going to have to change our way of thinking. Can support 19 units manufactured housing, not originally intended to be permanent. We have a few choices moving forward. I wanted to disclose to the board, I have talked to the California Center for Cooperative Ownership. They help form tenant-owned co-ops. So, and they help come up with the financing to help sell these properties to the tenants. That may be something that, if it works, it may be something the board wants to consider. Alternatively, it may not be a great place for housing. It's a really weird shaped parcel. We don't control the whole, all of the land. And so you got a couple of holdout landowners that can mess up the best intentions of a tenant co-op. But those are all things that we need to answer in the next couple of years. So the scope that I would propose for this strategic plan is development, the environment and development environment and considerations here in the county, what have been done by other communities, both in California, but we would consider outside. Again, California, because we have CEQA, I would prefer to see what's worked here, because it's easier to replicate, because it's already dealt with CEQA. I would like to see some policies and policy recommendations on concessions and incentives that we could use for regional policy making. Again, that idea of we're not going to do this on our own, it's got to be the county and the 12 cities. An evaluation of different finance models to capitalize this. The city of LA has what they now call the mansion tax. But there is also some recent evidence that it may be having the opposite effect of keeping properties from being redeveloped because of the high tax cost. And then last is the Housing Trust Fund, how we govern it, and what the return on investment expectations would be. Would that be in terms of cost per unit invested, dollars leveraged, depth of affordability? Those are all big picture issues that we would hope to get an answer out of this strategic plan. The sixth cycle housing element is going to come into play. There are 5 goals, 38 policies and programs, and a lot that overlap with the Affordable Housing Strategic Plan and the Trust Fund, including recreating a housing rehabilitation program. We're already trying to get back on board with regularly assessing the inclusionary housing ordinance, and then regional growth strategies, and maybe a regional allocation for RENA for jobs housing balance. On the administrative side, I'm looking to improve our program and asset management. We have a lot of dollars out there in loans. We have a lot of dollars in loans that are deferred or that are forgivable. We need to modernize and really take advantage of some of the resources that are out there to make sure that we're properly managing those assets. All of those inclusionary owner-occupied units that the county has a security interest in are assets that we don't want to lose track of. And then we also need to improve the way we manage our grants. And that's everything from not just making sure that we're compliant with whatever the upstream rules are, but that we are making it easier for our local partners to get at the county funding that we control. So I'm working on that. We're preparing a request for proposals right now that we hope will help us identify a software solution that will interface with the new county finance system and hopefully our upstream federal and state partners reporting systems so that we can improve that. And then we need to develop written policies and procedures and update the Inclusionary Housing Administrative Manual. Even if we're not updating the ordinance right now, we do have a lot of experience over the last 20 years since the last major update, and we need to put that in writing for future generations so that we can continue to manage the program effectively. And lastly, the landscape has changed, and we need new loan documents, and that's going to require some external specialized legal services so that we can make sure that our loan documents continue to be valid and reflect the required state, federal, local grant obligations that go along with those funds. Again, community partnerships, back to this one. We are looking at, I've talked to social services and specifically the folks in the community action group, ways that we might be able to start creating shared reporting. It's going to be very challenging because we all have different grant sources. We have different timescales. We do our CDBG, we do it every year. Community action, they do it biannually. Then we also have to come up with the shared language for how we're going to report outcomes. But we have started those conversations, and we will be trying to put that together so that we have maybe a metrics, a way of measuring the metrics and reporting back to the board the totality of the impact of the county's investment of both local and state and federal grant funds. Because right now I can come in and give you or Danyana Mitsu will come in September and give you the CDBG caper and tell you how we did. But it doesn't tell you how social services contributed to legal services for seniors or Meals on Wheels the way we did. Again, the purpose of this was for you to receive the housing report and provide direction regarding the priorities for the 2025-2026 strategic planning program. And thank you. I'm available for questions.
Questions before we go to the public?
Yeah, thank you. So I think, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. We had, through the 4-H committee, requested some reports and updates, and this was one of them that we heard through the 4-H committee. And I think at the 4-H committee, one of the things that we had asked, or you had brought up, Darby, was the suggestion of sending a letter proposing to bring in a consultant to work on a regional strategic affordable housing plan with the goals that were outlined, and send that out to the cities to see if there was interest in that. And so as a starting point, I'm wondering if that had happened, and if there was any interest that had been expressed back from the cities. I think that was at our end of April 4-H committee meeting, or were we going to bring that to the board first and then pursue that letter back out to the cities to see if there was interest?
I think that letter would best come from the board. I can draft it, but if the board would like to include that as an action, I think it would best come from the board as opposed from me to.
Okay, just clarifying.
Yeah.
I thought that had been direction that we gave at the committee, but we can give that direction here today then. Okay, so that was one question that I had following the committee meeting. So I think that would be, I think it does make sense to have a regional conversation if the cities have interest. I think cities oftentimes are, interested in, but they've got their goals, everyone's working on their housing element, but it does make sense to get a handle on understanding what our regional housing stock of affordable or attainable housing is. I don't know that we actually know what that information is. Some of our cities have been trying to figure that out. So having that information would be helpful. Understanding what policies and programs have actually worked could be helpful for us largely to understand. And even if there were a handful of cities that were interested in trying to tackle those questions, so that we can then collectively understand identify some strategies to move forward collectively, I think it would be a really valuable exercise to go through. The data that you have shared with us, I think the questions about inclusionary housing, the more information we continue to get, the more questions I think there are about the using inclusionary housing percentages as the strategy to get us to our goals. It does appear that may not be the best or the only strategy to look at. We clearly, it's not what we're doing clearly isn't working to get us where we need to get to. And so whether we abandon that as the strategy or whether we continue to add in and look at additional options and strategies, I think we've got to put it all on the table and continue addressing options. In terms of, I think I was on slide 5 where we had the community partnerships information. There was some information that we received at the 4-H committee, a summary of all of the Department of Social Services service agreements with CBOs, which I know you didn't go into detail here, but there was also some overlap with the additional the CBO contracts that Housing and Community Development has contracts with. It may be beneficial for the board just to receive a copy of both of those spreadsheets, because I think it was interesting to read through all of the contracts that we do, all of the CBO contracts that both social services have and that HCD has. In terms of the, sorry, I'm just looking back. In terms of Kent's Court, I'm going to, I think, look to my District 2 colleague for some thoughts on that. But I'm pretty sure that we have that site listed. Well, he's stepped away, so we'll come back to that one. But I do think there's, opportunity. We've included a number of sites as opportunity sites for development, and I think one of our housing element strategies was to increase for our high opportunity sites, was to increase the density of potential development for sites in particular locations. So if we have community centers where we have desirable development, I don't know if Kent's Court is particularly what that might be, but in those places where we have desirable development opportunities, yeah, I think we need to figure out how do we remove the barriers and then make it possible, whether it's the water issue, whether it's the transit issue, what those barriers are, we need to be more aggressive about removing the barriers to allow development to move forward in those spaces. So I think I'm in agreement with moving forward with a strategic plan that's going to allow us to put those policies into place. So those would be my thoughts. But I want to say thank you for bringing it back. Thank you for presenting it for H committee. And I think this is definitely the kind of conversation the kind of conversation that I want us to be having and thinking specifically about the policies that we can be putting in place that make it really clear to those who then want to know what the rules are so that they can then move forward with clear expectations about how and where we have expectations for development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation as well. Comprehensive, and our second time we get to see it. But going to the inclusionary housing question, because it's varied, right? East Garrison was 25%. And I want to really emphasize that for all of us as Board of Supervisors, because we have this same debate. We kind of go in circles. When a project comes in, it's really easy to want to say, it should be more. And then you could approve a project, and then it doesn't get built for years because they're waiting, it just doesn't pencil out. So sometimes our overeagerness undermines our goal of getting housing built that even includes some reasonable percentage of housing. So I think we all need to be cognizant when actual housing developments come before us. But what I do, I know that the city marina has a lot of properties right on the coast, beautiful coastal views, but there's a lot of housing being built there, and they do have a inclusionary housing, I would assume, right? Correct? Because anybody who drives through there, I was going to the coastal office, and there is tremendous amounts of housing being built, and I think that's probably the place, out of any place in Monterey County, that's probably the place that is building the most housing. Obviously, something's happening there that's not happening anywhere else, not even in Seaside and other coast peninsula cities. But if there's an inclusionary housing there, it's not that far away from the Salinas Valley, but yet development's happening there. It's not happening on this side of the county.
Supervisor, if I may, a couple things. First up, one of the things about the inclusionary housing ordinance, back in the 80s and 90s, they kind of went through a fad where everybody wanted to adopt one, and so they just kind of cookie-cuttered it from place to place. And I think what we're seeing now is the downside of just copying what's been done elsewhere, and why I think we really need to take a hard look at what's appropriate for us.
Right.
Yeah, I do believe Marina has an inclusionary housing ordinance. They also have former Fort Ord land that is developable that not a lot of other places have. And like East Garrison, their affordable units were all tax credit units that I don't believe the developer had to actually pay to construct. So they've managed to put that cost off on a third party. And that was not, it was, I want to say it was USA Housing, which is not one of our local nonprofit housing developers.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just saying City of Salinas has a lot of land in its sphere of influence approved. It just hasn't been any groundbreaking, right? So there's land on this side of Baranda Road, but we just haven't seen the same type of commitment by the developer to start constructing. You want to add something?
Yeah, I think that the city had a unique situation that would be, well, unique to Monterey County,
okay,
where they had land from former Fort Ord and they developed, specific plans. So they planned for the growth, for the removal of the former military barracks that were there and eventual future growth, which did come to fruition over time. We have certain areas that we've designated as community areas where we intend to grow. Most of them have slight adjustments to their boundaries of where they're already developed and a focus on those infill developments. But, getting a large area with large development could be something if we identified where we wanted to and made specific planning happen for larger development opportunities in unincorporated areas.
Thank you. And the only other thing I would want to speak to is just the Pajaro, right, the Kent's Court. Like, I think last time we had a discussion about some leftover CDBG fundings that we didn't allocate. I don't know, it's been a month or so, but to enhance even the landscaping there. It was money we didn't have when we had to do all the repairs, but I said, hey, we should try to enhance just the beauty of the little street, the mobile home park. It wouldn't take too much to be able to do that. We just didn't have money back then. There's some money there that we can use. But I would hope, and rather than just surrender and say, let's try to, if we can't find a model that's not going to work, and the mobile homes only have a certain years of life, really, we should be planning, rather than having mobile homes, can we build apartments there that would be better looking, and perhaps we could have more units on the property, because right now there's a lot of empty space in between the mobile homes. But we should let's have a greater vision for that area. It's a county asset. It's in an area that's going to be developed with the train station down the road at some point in time. It's a walkable neighborhood, and there's all the amenities. There's schools and a little grocery store and other businesses around there. I would say let's not just give up, and let's say, okay, the mobile homes are going to kind of come to an end of life at some point down the road, and can we find a partner to develop units, permanent units there, rather than continue to plan to keep it as a mobile home park. That's the only thing I would suggest. But in the interim, looking at enhancing the neighborhood with some nice landscaping, perhaps some other outdoor amenities.
All right, let's take this out to public comment. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom. star 9 via landline, or come up to the dais in room. Nobody on Zoom, nobody in room. We'll close public comment, surprisingly, and bring it back, and we go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief because the idea of a strategic plan and bringing people together in workshop settings or however we're going to do that is probably the best place for my questions and comments. I have a couple questions and then I have some comments so that I will make. One is on page 3 and page 13, this idea that the public is asking for more private developers to build affordable housing, if I read it correctly. Public desire to see more privately built affordable housing. And then on page 3, I believe it says something very similar. Where's that? What does it take to get private developers to build more housing? So just elaborate on that a little bit more. Because I don't understand the expectation that private developers are going to build affordable housing, unless we tell them to.
I think that the comment came up during a workshop we had a year and a half ago. And it was kind of in context that the county doesn't build housing. So we really need the private development community to step up and build more. I think that Linda Asonio had a great one, and I can't remember exactly how she said it, but there is no nonprofit developer. It's just how you account for the extra money that you make. So there is no difference between a Chispa and Asonio Construction when they build an apartment building or whatever it is. You know, they're both doing it to make money. It's just how they reinvest that money.
There's a difference in the vision.
Well, a little bit.
Mission of the organization.
But the end goal is largely the same. And so we really need to figure out how do we get more of that activity and less of the activity that is just building for the market. We have a lot of that. So it's how do we get them more willing to step up to build stuff that is needed for our local labor force.
I think it just really, when we have development projects come forward, subdivisions, new housing, that maybe years in the future, we have had comments from people saying we don't need more multi-million-dollar houses, we need more affordable houses, you know, why can't we get more affordable housing? I think this, you know, that kind of sentiment is transitioning as we learn more about how that actually decreases the interest in housing in general. But it has been a sentiment that I think Darby was trying to capture as part of the sentiments that we've been noting.
I might have been one of those people to you. But so in regards to this strategic, what are we calling it, housing strategic plan, I think that the way that you get private developers to do that would be looking at ways we can incentivize it, whether it's, you know, the model that, you know, worked in Marina and East Garrison with land, and if we create opportunities, but also other ways to incentivize the building of housing that's affordable by design. So if this inclusionary housing ordinance survives, right, and we continue to have some version of the inclusionary housing ordinance, that the housing that's being built isn't going for such a high cost in order to subsidize the inclusionary units, because that's what I'm seeing in my district is a real negative impact by homes that are built that cost so much money. And I think that's happening everywhere. I mean, even in Marina and East Garrison, I think the East Garrison houses units that were in general affordable by design are now well over $1 million. And so that has its other costs, right? People invest in them. The folks that have the cash for those might not just buy one, but buy two, and buy a second home versus someone in our community that we need to really be figuring out strategies to build the housing for our community so people have places to live. So I like the idea of the strategic plan answering all those questions. Maybe land that's publicly owned is an incentive. Maybe water, once it's available, is an incentive for higher density housing that can still pencil out by a private developer. But I think we also have to figure out ways to incentivize nonprofit developers to do that work. Who, yes, they might still need to make a profit in order to facilitate the ongoing sustainability of their nonprofit, but they have other funding sources as well. And so that's the kind of stuff I'd love to be looking into in this housing plan, and I would be very supportive of it. I think that I have one question about the mansion tax. So just out of curiosity, what is the percentage that, and who gets taxed in the other jurisdictions that have a mansion tax?
So I know it was the city of LA with the mansion tax. The city of San Jose recently adopted one similar. And I want to say it was on all transactions over $1 million down in LA, but don't quote me on that. And the idea was that it would fund affordable housing. But what they have found is apparently especially in commercial strips, it's really hindered the ability to reuse like strip malls as mixed-use housing commercial. But that's something that we need to understand more. I've only read a couple of articles on it.
So I would really, really, really encourage us to learn more about it, only because if it's all transactions over $1 million, that would be a problem, I think, and that might hinder development. But we have a property for sale in the 5th District that's going for $100 million. And so if someone's looking to sell a property for $100 million, or someone has the cash to buy a property for $100 million, I don't think this would dissuade them, depending on what the percentage is. And it could potentially be some income, even if it were $2 million for the county for affordable housing projects. That would be something that would be very valuable, I would think. So I like that idea, and I like that the plan might explore various revenue-generating opportunities to build the housing. And then
Supervisor Daniels, just for clarity, it's base of 5.3 million now, and the tax is 0.45% or $225 per $500 in taxes one-time at transfer.
Okay, and so even that might be too low, that might disincentivize someone from selling or creating the opportunity for that commercial space to be redeveloped. But again, the sale might be as high as $100 million. We've had another sale for $45 million. We've had another sale, I don't remember how much Brad Pitt's house went for, but I think it was above the Frank Lloyd Wright. There's several houses that are moving around, and if we can even bring in, a handful of millions of dollars with the mansion tax, I think it would be worth looking into. So, but thank you for that clarity. Again, I think there's the last thing I'll say about the inclusionary housing ordinance, because I have been someone who has been very concerned about the productivity of it. And I think this report shows that since 1980, it hasn't produced a lot of housing. So what I'd look to understand if we're going to be addressing any changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance is what are we trying to get it to achieve? Because if it's to build housing, the number of units since 1980 are not really a lot, but it is important, right, that we have some mechanism in place to create housing for affordable housing. But in the 5th District, and I know I've said this over and over and over again, but these homes that get built, I'm bracing myself for what One Carmel is going to sell these 70-something units for, because it's going to be multi-million-dollar units. And the question we really need to ask ourselves is will the 22 affordable units really be worth it? Because what will that sheer number of home sales be? What will the impact be on the neighboring community in terms of cost of housing actually going up? I don't know that relationship, but I know that you can watch Zillow and see the price of housing skyrocket. I know we've seen it in Marina. And so it just doesn't seem to be working if our goal is to produce units, and it seems to have a negative impact that's an unexpected consequence as well that needs to be addressed. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad $1 million homes are not being considered mansions because they're just about fixer-uppers at this point. I had a whole bunch of notes here. I was going to, after reading this, I was going to go over, and now I've scribbled all over them, and I don't know really where I'm going to go on everything. I appreciate all the effort you put in, taking input. The idea of an affordable housing strategic plan is very necessary. However, I think you're too conservative. I mean, I think you've got to go more radical, frankly, on this. This is, you opened up with basically saying that private sector is saying they don't build affordable homes. Well, they don't build affordable homes because they can't afford to. They lose money on them. And they build homes. And we have to find a way, so they build a home. It can't be affordable for people. So, what caused, you look back at this, not just last 45 years when this inclusionary housing ordinance came into effect, but I know that one of the first things that was started to be done in the 1970s was when it started to be a concern. And there were a lot of just these old style mobile homes that were starting to be placed out in North County in particular. And it was a really highly controversial issue at that point because people thought it was kind of blighted. And they, those homes went out there, and that was because people could start to afford it because home prices were starting to go up. And then that got kind of limited, and then we put this affordable, the inclusionary housing ordinance into effect. And 45 years of it, and it's a bitter failure. I just don't know how else to put it. And all you have to do is look at the RENA numbers and see how every time we've got to add more and more. 20% is what our requirement is for inclusionary housing and affordable homes. And yet you look at our RENA requirements, it's over 50% that needs to be below market. That isn't going to do it. We're not going to find enough nonprofits to build homes. We're going to have to just go through, break the mold, tear up what we have, and really kind of start over, which I think you're trying to get down that path. But my big concern as we look at this is, and I think you're on the right path with this plan. But some of the stuff that what we're asking for in there is a lot of data gathering. And talking about maybe pass it to a consultant. I'm afraid we pass it to a consultant, we're going to go 2 years down the line. And then we're going to have something sit on a shelf, and we got somebody from the outside coming in and making suggestions, and it's not going to go anywhere. We've lost more time. The information you've picked up here, to a great degree, is our template that we need. We have housing advocates, the nonprofits, the builders out there. They know what the problem is. We all know what the problem is. We hear what the problem is. And it's land is expensive. So one of the ways you deal with it is you find a way to put more homes on land and break up those lots. I mean, I know LA is doing things with lots and putting sometimes 3 or 4 small units onto them. We need to look at other ways that, just for the construction costs, and the prefab ones that come in are a lot cheaper. There's also just our regulations themselves. Just looking at the inclusionary housing ordinance, what's the problem with it? And this hasn't been brought up, but I didn't read it inside there. It requires those 20% of those homes to look like the market rate ones, because that's going back to that whole idea where we thought, well, we want to just have this kind of 1950s style where every home looks really nice in a row and every, it doesn't matter what your wealth is or not. Well, the fact is we're throwing people out. There's a reason homelessness has grown, and it's really appropriate. We had homelessness before this, and people are living in rivers, and people are living under underpasses, and people, just about any house you can live in is going to be better than that, however small, however poorly built it is. And as I mentioned with the inclusionary housing ordinance, you got to build homes that look like the market rate ones. They got to have almost the same number of bedrooms. They got to be the same size. And
Got to be the same size.
and what's that?
They don't have to be the same size.
It's not what what is our ordinance?
They're supposed to be of comparable size, I think. It doesn't, yeah.
It's pretty much splitting hairs right there. I mean, you got a 2,000 square foot home, you can't put 1,000 in. That's not comparable. And that's my whole point. I'm making across there. I don't know whether you want to talk about 1,800 or 2,000. I mean, that isn't going to, that's the problem why we're not solving this. And we need, you just got to have that greater flexibility onto there, and allow a smaller home, because if you're requiring one around the same size of a market rate one, the bigger it is, the more money's going to be lost. And the more money's going to be lost, then the other ones have to be made bigger, and then you got to make the affordable home more bigger. And that's part of our problem. We're going down there. This is something we need to give direction on and move with some degree of speed. And that's where my concern is if we just don't do it ourselves, create it ourselves onto our, and get more detailed input and start to put these in, we're going to kick this thing down the line. I've talked with Craig quite a bit about how our ordinances are 30 years old without being updated. More than that. Yeah, more than that. And some of them are superfluous. Some of them are just add cost. I mean, we need to go through. You need to look at what is health and what is safety. Keep some of those things in there. But other things like landscaping. I mean, you want to put more homes on a lot. Well, turn the front yards into more of a parking area. It'll save water. It'll address some of the parking issues, and we need to shrink down some yards out of it, but we require some landscaping. We require various things. Which, I mean, I could go in details onto those. We all could, and so there's a lot of things that can be cut here to make things a lot more affordable. And also, we go right back. You need smaller homes. Nobody builds a 2-bedroom home. I mean, that was one time it was that way because nobody would buy a 2-bedroom home. I'm telling you right now, you put anything on the market, somebody's going to buy it. But the question is, can you make it affordable? And that's where there needs to be common wall, row housing, whatever. There's different techniques out there that need to be done. Just kind of touch any other points here, I guess, is I guess what I'd like to, I think we could, if we're going to hire consultants, and we're going to need some for some things, such as updating this, I think it's updating or building ordinances. I think we need to narrow it down a little better. We need to give them more defined direction. There was some, you mentioned, Darby, a concern about why is this thing's in the pipeline so long, why they don't get built. Well, part of it's litigation. Part of it is our process for permitting is so slow that it almost, you get into another economic cycle and you don't want to build. And you got to wait till you get out of there. Why don't we find a way that the more affordable homes that are being built, the faster the permit process goes, the lower the fees go. I think that would encourage those kind of things. And those are the kind of things I think we can kind of do from here. So I think it'd be, I think initially on a step it would probably be, and I hate to throw out another committee or so, but I'm talking about just something on a short term, like an ad hoc committee that had 120 days to follow through with some more specifics on the people you've talked to and bring in some others, and to narrow it down to maybe we have some specific scopes for one consultant or several consultants, and so we can try to get something back at a rapid pace. And I mean, that's what we need to do. And we need to work with the cities. You're right. We really need to work. We need to make sure that they have really good affordable housing plans. And I don't think some of the cities that particularly carry the burden on the affordable housing, because I don't think anybody's done enough affordable housing. But anyway.
I'll have to.
Supervisor, if I may, I want to come back to East Garrison really quick to touch on some of your issues. East Garrison was unaffordable by design. And I think that you can trace a lot of the problems back to Melrose, because you're now putting that burden on future homeowners, and that makes homes unaffordable. It used to be that a community that wanted to grow and to provide housing would finance that infrastructure. The board 20 years ago made a decision that East Garrison needed to be revenue neutral. And the assumption was that every new resident there would come from outside Monterey County. And so they came up with a pro rata share of what every person in Monterey County cost the district attorney. And that became part of the community financing district ongoing obligation for the residents at East Garrison. You want to talk about how you make units affordable, you have to remove some of that. You have to the community needs to start going, and this is where it's going to get really hard for you, because you as a board or as a city council don't have the money to go out and take one of the Salinas future growth areas and build the necessary infrastructure to support that housing. And that's how you would build the affordable housing and how you could expedite it. But there's a huge hole in how you pay for it. And that's just with one of the county's projects.
Good point. Except you make smaller homes, you have to do less infrastructure, less roads onto things there as well too. I mean, there are some ways I think to go around it, but the good point you point out about East Garrison is it was really built for people who came in out of the area. We need to build homes that aren't going to encourage outsiders coming in. We have so many people that need it here, and that's where I think we got to really kind of think out of onto that. And anyway, it's
County Street.
There's only so much land and water we have left, and we got to be really judicious on how we use it.
So just a couple points I have to respond on is I do think some of our cities have carried the yeoman's weight on this, especially Greenfield. And I want to call out specifically what's happening there right now. They were promised that, obviously they blew their RENA numbers out of the water, and the state told them, if you do everything we're asking of you, we will fund your next sewer growth and allow for you to use this experimental technology to be part of that solution. And then in the end, when they approached the state and said, we're ready to go, the state pulled the rug out and said, oh, that financing is no longer available, and we don't like that system either. Good luck, back to the drawing board. So they went from essentially a share of $4 million to about $115 million expected to be put back on their ratepayers, who they had just created a system that really supported the low-income people that we wanted to house primarily in Monterey County. And so it's a cautionary tale to the jurisdictions who do it the right way and step up when asked to serve the communities who live there now. Luckily, we had some good progress last week in trying to turn that tide. We've been able to get a lot of that back and framed up for their success, hopefully in the next couple months. But I look at this as it's easy to dictate from where we sit, but at the end, I'm back to the point that we started with, which was we're not going to build this housing. It's going to be a private developer. It's got to be part of existing projects. And at the end of the day, it has to pencil for them one way or another. I mean, I'm looking at projects in my district that have been in the pipeline well over 20 years. In Gonzales, we're talking about Vista Lucia as if it's here, but it could be another 10. I mean, and that is a product of CEQA, of all the wonderful environmental laws that get put in place that, say are there to support community, but in the end hurt our communities. And it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every single one of those new little fees and pieces gets stacked on and layered on to every single unit in one way or another. And Melrose as well. We've got residents in Soledad who've come to see me that bring me their plans and their tax bills and say, explain this to me, I don't get it. And they say, I thought it was 1%. You get down to the bottom and you have to point out the Melrose line. And man, that's twice what you were paying on the other side of this. It makes no sense, right? And so the education around that piece is very difficult for us to do after the fact. But there's also a simplicity and an ease in developing new communities in that sense, because it's easy for us to sit up here and say, well, this is what a good community looks like, what a great community could be. But then at the end of the day, as we've seen often in this chambers, you build one of those communities and then folks immediately show up and start, right, saying, well, let's get rid of all the rules you thought about. Let's start over. Let us, take this over and go in a different direction. And all that is to say that I support the plan. I want you to go out and have conversations and really focus on the needs of the people who are going to build these units. The needs of the community are clear. There's no question. You've heard from us. You've heard from them. Build. We need housing. We need units. And I'm not the one, I know I just heard it from Supervisor Church, but I'm not going to differentiate between outsiders and insiders. It's whoever wants to be here is going to come here. I think that's weird logic, because once you've been here a year, 2 years, 3 years, you're from here. Right? And you become part of this community. And so I think the bigger picture point to me is cost. It is not about anything else than keeping the cost at a place that is affordable. And I want to be extremely clear that a lot of folks tell me, well, a farm worker can't afford a $700,000 house. And I've told this story before and I'll tell it again. The way my grandparents bought their first house was my aunt and uncle as adults moved in with their wives into that house. And my grandfather would tell us, we're never going to be able to pay that house off. $60,000, I thought I'll never see that in my lifetime, right? Within 4 years, they had it paid off because 3 working families were under one roof. Today would be homeless under Melrose, under those or not under Melrose, I'm sorry, McKinney-Vento, they would be considered homeless. But then all 3 of those families paid for the next house and the next house. We find ways, right? And it's our way of having then used that mortgage to start a business, which bought more homes, which, did this great thing for my parents and future generations because of what they saw. So this idea of let's treat them like the poor other and think they will never find a way and, that is unattainable for them and poor them. They're creative. They're the risk takers. They're the folks who got here because they risked everything in their home country and the instances of the Salinas Valley to get here and do what they needed to do to make it work. And I just say that because I know there's always this logic thrown out there, well, they'll never be able to afford, well, they'll find a way. But their dream isn't an apartment. I want to be frank, their dream is that single family home. It's a ranch on the outskirts of town, but it starts with that first piece. And Craig and I had the unfortunate need recently to deal with a home that needed a final inspection, right? And what really got me going on that final inspection was it was a woman from King City who was moving to her dream property out in Lockwood, and she needed a final sign off. But what stressed her out the most was not, I've waited 9 months for my house to be complete. It's my house has been sold to someone else who's waiting. That person's house has been rented to someone else who's waiting. They've now backed up the tenant in the place where they're living. There's this vertical ladder as people are moving up in the world. And as they get that opportunity to move up through the creation of a single unit, it impacted 5 families. And that's a beautiful thing. But as long as we keep saying, well, no one will, that impact will happen in our communities. I've seen it. We just saw it a month ago in that one instance. And so it was a great weekend because I got calls and everybody was moving that weekend. It was good, right? But my ask, go out and have the conversations, but also focus on the builders, on the people who are financing these projects. Ask them what's working, what's not working, who's doing it right, who's getting it done, right? But focus on the long term. As you said, Darby, not something that is for people from here by design. And that big picture cost piece isn't everything. It's a piece, but it is not everything. So that's my ask. I'm going to go this way. I see Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, just 2 quick follow-ups. Mr. Marshall, during our committee hearing, you had said there was some average number you already provided. I think it was $29,000 of what an average house pays to subsidize the affordable one. what was that number?
Give me just a second.
Okay, and while you do that, the only other thing I was going to talk about was just about some of these designs. The best practices for affordable housing is to have them mixed, because otherwise you have the projects, right? In a neighborhood, that was the old paradigm where they said, okay, all the poor people, they're going to be in that corner of that lot, and they had the worst type of building, all clustered together, apartments, and everybody in the neighborhood said, don't go over there. That's where all the low-income people live. We broke away from that, and we had a similar project a few years back where a developer, we turned it down, but they wanted to do the same over here on the 68. They wanted to put all the affordable units on the worst part of the property, and we said no. That's not the best practices anymore. I lived when I came back from law school, my father and we lived at Vista Montana. At the time in Watsonville, it was one of the biggest units that had solar development, on-demand water heating, which were all the latest then. But what was beautiful about that neighborhood is that all affordable units were mixed in. They did have smaller lots. They had only little patios in the back instead of big yards. But you couldn't tell a unit whether it was owned by a police officer, a teacher, a farm worker, a lawyer, a legal aid lawyer. We all lived in the neighborhood, and nobody knew who was who because of that best practice. I would say that's ideal. But if we need to modify, if we're requiring, if they build a certain number of 3-bedroom houses and 2, if there's some way to adjust that to build 2 and 1 bedroom or studios, all mixed in, we should relook at that, right? Because obviously, if it's the same parity, it's not working, then maybe there's some adjustments to be made there. But I was just wanted to share my personal experience because for me, it was beautiful living in a neighborhood where we didn't have all the poor people all clustered in the corner. And I think in the end, the whole neighborhood appreciated that because we all got to know each other very well. But going back to the first question, Mr. Marshall.
So I remember that conversation. I just don't have that number in front of me, but I do have a comparable one. So if we took that $70 million affordable unit cost at East Garrison and we spread that across the 1,400 units, that is $88,000 for all those other units.
Wow.
In terms of your comments about the neighborhood, there is some social science research that does indicate that that kind of community does improve outcomes long-term for especially kids. I think that a couple of things that we have done. One, and at Rancho Cañada, the buildings are supposed to appear similar to the homes that are being built, but they're going to be apartments. They're not going to be owner-occupied. And we are kind of moving down to saying we'll go to what the TCAC standard is. So the Tax Credit Allocation Committee has a square foot minimum for a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom that are smaller. So that we're starting to be more in line with just what's regular practice for affordable housing. Yes, the units at Rancho Cañada are going to be clustered so that they're not totally integrated. But what's important is the kids are still going to be in that neighborhood. They're still going to be going to Carmel Unified School District and getting that exposure. And that's what leads to the long-term benefits. And so I think there are ways that we can work if we're flexible. And that's what I'm trying to do is be flexible in administering a very clunky ordinance at this point, because I want to see the best outcomes for the people who end up there. Yes. In terms of one of your comments, Supervisor Church, my comment on how long it's taking these projects is after they've been approved. So really at that point, it's just the litigation and complying with the conditions that the board has approved. You know, so why does it take so long? Why was Butterfly Village, why did it die on the vine? It went to the ballot, as I recall. It had been approved, and the developers just never built it. I mean, to me, that must have been a 7-figure investment to get to that point, and then I'm sitting there going, I can't walk away from that. I don't make that much money. So what is it about this community that allows landowners here to make that kind of investment and walk away?
All right, just for the sake of time, I think there's definitely desire to continue this conversation. So, and so I just want to say thank you again. And for the sake of continuing the conversation and allowing us more time and space, I would like to take the final recommendation that's in front of us, which is to receive the 2024 housing report from Monterey County and to provide direction regarding the priorities for the 25-26 strategic planning program as outlined on slides 13 and 14 to direct Darby and HCD to, I'm going to give the same direction that we gave at the 4-H committee. Let me pull my note up again here. To draft and send, and it could be sent on the count of supervisor letterhead, send a letter to our cities proposing that we work together to either with internal support, staffing if we have capacity, or to bring in some local support to work on a regional strategic affordable housing plan specific to the goals with the questions that have been outlined, starting with the scoping on pages 13 and 14, but opening up the opportunity to engage in some conversation with cities if they have additional ideas that we want to talk about. But I think opening up the conversation to say, hey, we're interested in opening this conversation and engaging in this work and this regional planning effort. Would you like to be a part of it? What would you like the scoping to include so that we can begin moving forward on this? So I'll make that as a motion so that we can continue this work. But I appreciate the conversation and appreciate the depth of interest that's here. And I do think that there's more for us to do here. And I really appreciate the commitment to move this forward.
And your motion included both of the recommendations?
It did, correct.
I was just going to say I'd second it, but it's...
Well, I guess I'm not are we really moving ahead fast enough? I mean, is it, I would like to see us make sure we're really making some progress on this, maybe have a report back at some point in the future. I'm just concerned because we've been concerned for years and years and years about housing.
Yeah, I could add on that we've asked to have the 4-H committee meet on a monthly basis. I could also ask that this come back to the next 4-H committee for an update so that we get an update about the status the status of the responses that we've had. I think this is also something, if we are serious about this and a letter goes out on behalf of the board, for those of us who have cities within our districts, it is incumbent on us to follow up and have those conversations with the elected officials in those cities. I know that the housing conversation is one that we've been having with the cities in District 4 on a regular basis for years now. So for me, that's incumbent on me to pick up the phone and say, hey, Mayor, did you get the letter? What do you think? Does this sound good to you? We're going to bring this issue back up at our next 4-H committee meeting. Do you have additional things that you'd like to consider? Is your city on board? That's on me. You've got city in your district. That's on each one of us to say, hey, do you want to be a part of this, so that we can continue the conversation. I think that if we don't do that, then the conversation on the city's part doesn't proceed, and then it comes back to us to say, do we want to proceed with whoever does respond? But I can say that I would like to see this conversation. I brought this conversation forward at 4-H. We asked for it to come to the full board because I want to see it proceed. And so the next step would be for us to give Darby direction to get a letter out so that we can keep it moving forward.
So I think my concern is just my cities are doing it. All right, they're running up against the walls, but they're all building, and they're running into the usual CEQA lawsuits attempts to get this board to reopen their decisions. And right, I don't know what including them at this point would benefit in terms of the conversation, because they're trying, right? And I'm trying to keep us out of the way in that sense. In the point of, we have a plan we need to execute to better understand how to accomplish our goals for the unincorporated portions of Monterey County. And I'm afraid that the money that we need to put together this plan will not reach if we're starting to reach into cities and help them plan as well. But I'll share, I know all of my cities have plans in place now. So I'm just a little confused on what broadening the scope, what benefit that brings in that sense.
I agree. We have certain bandwidth, and you guys have, HCD has said that plenty of times. I'd rather focus where we see our problems in our ordinances, our issues, versus trying to do some grandiose plan with all the cities when we're not even doing we need to focus our limited resources on what we do have the power to address.
Well, I'm good with eventually going to the cities, because I think that's important, and you've laid it out. I do want to, I think we need to focus on ourselves. There's so much we have to do within our own selves right now to get things going. And I guess what I'm really concerned with is how we're going to be looking at it and talking about it and not doing something. I want to see some milestones. I mean, I want to see progress going here, progress happening at a consistent pace, because this is one of the 2 or 3 most important issues we're facing right now. And we can't delay. We just can't talk about it for another year. We need to start coming out with stuff like it, milestones every 90 days, show we're making some progress or we're going somewhere. And I guess that's the only, that's the only thing I'd like to kind of add in here is I want to see us come back on this every 90 days with what our steps going to be for the next 90 days. And it needs to be in front of us constantly, consistently, and making progress.
Supervisor Daniels.
So I think, I agree with everything that I've heard, and I think our cities are just also very unique. The challenges and the work that's being done. One of the reasons why I was comfortable with the motion is because, I see progress is going to be you in this chair. Like, what are you doing as a supervisor in your district to move the ball forward? Progress is only going to happen with the political will, no matter what either one of these departments do. It has to be us. And so we are coming up with something very similar. We're investing $100,000 of the money that was for the department for a 5th district strategic plan. I mean, we're doing this, and not for the cities, just for the unincorporated part, and trying to figure out what the strategies are and address many, many, many of these same barriers. But because of what you've said, I mean, I think the cities in each district are unique, and so perhaps, if the maker of the motion would be amenable, we'll just focus on the unincorporated area for the motion. I think that's fine too, because we're all working with our cities.
And I think we need to look at the cities eventually here. And you got 4 cities, so I understand your needs. And each district's a little different. You've got 5 cities. You're seeing them progressing forward at a certain pace. I've got 1 city. I don't know how many you have, but 3. Okay, so it's you got 1 city, so it's a different. Obviously for me, it's unincorporated as primary. So Again, milestones. I want to see milestones. I want to see what we're going to set up for the next 90 days. We bring this back, and I think, and then we keep progressing, and that's what I see as the most important.
Rick.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity, Darby threw a lot of information together. It got a little jumbled, but I think the idea was to coordinate on PLHA and CBDG funding opportunities with cities, because as an urban county, we partner with some cities, but not all, and each has their own pot. We don't need to do that right away. There might be ability for scales of improvement, but we do intend locally to update our inclusionary housing requirements and our administrative manual implementing that within a year or 2, hopefully a year. I'll have to talk to Darby about that. But that was, this was both a report on how we're doing on the inclusionary housing implementation historically, and where we want to go. And as a county, that idea is in our housing element goals and policies to update our inclusionary housing ordinances to align and remove barriers to housing development, while also trying to spur development of housing to meet our RENA numbers, which are fairly significant. So happy to come back and report on progress towards updating county requirements if that's the direction of the board.
Okay, we will amend the motion then. So given all of the conversation, discussion, I thought we were more on the same page where we were headed, and I thought given that we had given direction out of a committee that the committee was on the same page. So sometimes I'm like, where are we at, y'all? We just spent an hour and a half talking, but okay. So I will remake the motion to be exactly what Craig just said. Do you want to restate that, Craig? And we'll just be really clear.
Yeah, so we'll come back and report on progress towards updating the county's inclusionary housing ordinance and administrative manual that is to the yet to be developed implementation of our housing element programs, or yet to be certified.
Does the second stand on that motion? Okay.
When are you coming back? That's all I'm trying to do is pin some dates.
Before the end of this calendar year would be a good time for an update, I think.
I'd like to see sooner. If you can do it. I mean, I'd like to see 90 days or, at least 120 days.
Well, 120 days puts you ahead of Thanksgiving, essentially, because you're going to fall into December and the mix. So that's pretty much where we are. But
by Halloween.
End of October? Yeah. Something spooky? What are you thinking?
So I think what you're asking for is, it's going to take a bit of time, but I think preferably what might be best is to start with an outline to make sure that you're going in the right direction. Otherwise, we're going to continue spinning our wheels. And if we have an outline, we can verify that and then go on to the next step. So do you think an outline would be possible before October?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll have an outline return before Halloween.
All
right.
Motion and second holds?
Supervisor Daniels.
Silence is a yes?
Second
All
holds,
right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries. All right. Thank you both. With that, we've got item 16, and I have Jennifer Forsyth listed here as the presenter.
Good afternoon. Okay, all right. Supervisors Rupa Shah, County Auditor Controller. With me are Mamon, Division over Disbursement in my office, and then Jennifer Forsyth, Property Tax Manager in the Property Tax section. We are here seeking approval of corrected tax rates for 4 fiscal years from 2021-22 through 2024-25 for the Gonzales Unified School District bond repayment. The calculation of the bond repayment tax rate is my office's function. The rates were calculated by my office and adopted by the board for the respective fiscal years. However, we have discovered that an administrative error occurred in application of the rate for the prior years. Before I hand off to Jennifer to review just a few slides that we have pertaining to background, impact, and correction of the rates, I want to state that my office is taking all necessary steps to prevent such error from occurring in the future. With that, I'll just turn over to Jennifer to just review the slides if you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the community. My name is Jennifer Forsyth, Property Tax Manager. So today we're here to seek approval of the corrected bond repayment tax rates for the Gonzales Unified School District for fiscal years 21-22 through 24-25.
Slides.
I'll start with the background on the Gonzales Unified School District bond repayment tax areas.
Space. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So Gonzales Unified School District has two bond issuance areas, a district-wide area and a school facilities improvement district, also known as a SFID. The SFID is a smaller subset of the district. Prior to fiscal year 21-22, only SFID bonds were issued. In 21-22, new bonds were issued for both areas requiring a separate bond repayment tax rate for each area. However, due to administrative error, the bond repayment tax rate was not levied in the district-wide area, and the SFID area was over-levied for fiscal years 21-22 through 24-25. To correct this issue, the bond repayment tax rates have been recalculated as shown on this slide. The county will be issuing property tax bills for the under-levied parcels and refunds for the over-levied parcels. Fiscal year 21-22 bills for under-levied parcels will be issued by June 30th, 2025. The estimated impact to the taxpayers in the district-wide area for the 4 fiscal years is approximately $1.8 million, and the SFID is approximately $485,000. Taxpayers may be eligible to participate in a payment plan with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office to pay these prior year bills over a 4-year period. And thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the board? All right, Supervisor Church.
You state these taxpayers may be eligible. Can you elaborate on what maybe means?
Is this on? Good afternoon. I can happily answer the question. My name is Jake Stroud. I'm the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. For those of you that don't know me, I would like to take just a brief step back, if I may, to provide a little bit of context and hopefully clarity, especially for the public, and I'll get to the answer to that question as well. So our office is responsible for the billing and collection of the corrected taxes, as mentioned, and really the work that we're doing is focusing around 2 primary objectives, the first of which would be to minimize taxpayer confusion as much as possible. So I don't know that it was mentioned in this presentation, but we are going to have a letter that explains the issue accompany the tax bills that would go out, just so that it'll alleviate any potential confusion. We also feel that early awareness of the full obligation is very important, so our office stands by ready to work to get the tax bills out. And also, we also would like to extend the due dates as far as possible to give individuals as much time as possible to make the payments. And those would be a familiar property tax timeline of December 10th and April 10th to give maximum time to be able to pay those debts. Secondarily, we also want to minimize the financial burden. Primary tool of which to do that is our pay plan. We do feel that this circumstance fits a very limited provision for pay plans within state law, and eligible customers will receive an application with their bill. I do want to overview some of the eligibility requirements, though, to answer the question. First requirement is that the bill must be over $500. The customer must submit a written request for a payment plan, so they simply have to fill out the application that will accompany the bill. And mechanics of the payment plan, it's a 20% down payment and then 4 more payments over the next 4 years. There's no penalty and interest, and we are waiving the fee that typically is associated with starting a payment plan. Customers also need to stay current on their other taxes. And our office does also have other payment options that can be researched on our website, or they can contact our department to discuss options for payment based on their financial situation. Payments can be made with credit card. Possibly the mortgage lender could be contacted to determine if more funds could be set aside to be able to make that payment in December and April. So with that, I think I could summarize by saying we are here to help. We want to make things as clear and simple as possible for impacted taxpayers at this point, and hopefully we can help the majority of customers, particularly with payment plans based on their financial need and qualifications.
Follow up there. Is there any possibility on those who are financing their homes that they're going to throw up a red flag or somehow be misconstrued by the lender in terms of thinking that that the borrower didn't pay something? I mean, I just don't know how common this is, and if there are any issues that come up on that.
I can try to speak to that as far as saying that it's not a delinquent tax that maybe sometimes lenders would be flagged for. So hopefully that answers your question.
All right. See no other questions up here for now. I'm going to go to the public, see if we have any public input on this item. Seeing no hands going up via Zoom, nobody in room, I'll bring it back to the dais. All right, well, I'll share some comments. Just thank you for the work that's gone in. I know it's been, I don't think I've had this many emails from folks in a long time from within the county, and in a 1-week span, there's been a lot of work that's gone into identifying what this issue is and how to address it. And with all the elected officials involved, from myself to yourself, Rupa, as well as the treasurer, tax collector, and others, it's crazy to see the amount of work that's been created. And so as we move forward, I know that we as a county have, as a board of supervisors, have expressed just a general concern about how we move forward. And so making sure we're checking all others and make sure there's no other places where an I was not dotted or a T was not crossed, to make sure no other community goes through something like this is appreciated. I just want to share with the community that obviously, I don't think they're going to fully understand this probably for another 48 hours to 72 hours. I know stories will inevitably come out about this, but as they look for clarity, lines have been created, and I'm talking about phone lines for folks to call in and share their direct instances to ask for clarification about what it means for them, to get clarity on what options are available to them. It's a really weird thing when you look at the way these districts are constructed. I'm especially concerned for folks in Chular, right, who are is a community that has a lot of low-income residents, and I want to make sure that they understand what they're paying and why, because they were part of the portion of the region that had underpaid, given the layout of the two districts. So I appreciate everything that's gone in. This has been a really frustrating issue to have to deal with, but as we go through this together, because that's how we're going to get through this, is with clear communication. I look forward to the opportunity to present this to community. I know that the structure of these bonds can be complicated in terms of community understanding who's responsible for what piece. So I know we're going to get folks filtering in from the school board and folks filtering in from the city council as well. Know that I've reached out to every member of the city council and had one-on-one conversations, and then 2 members of the school board as well. And we've pointed them to some of the FAQs, which are now available on the website as well for the community. So we just want the community to know that we're standing up all the resources necessary to make sure that they have what they need to better understand the situation they're in, and when inevitably they have direct questions about their specific situation, there are lines that are ready for them to call. Those are available on the county website. I believe the tab is going live at 5, if not already, for them to be able to draw down that information, to be able to make the calls to get the clarity they need about their specific instances. I think the one question that is left for me is, I'm assuming there's going to be somebody on the other end of that line who's going to be able to answer the question for somebody who has sold a parcel and may have either underpaid or overpaid in that time frame, to let them know, because that's where I know the majority of confusion is going to come for folks, is somebody who recently bought a year ago. How many years back do they pay? Do they owe? I'm not looking for the answer sitting here today on that specific instance, but I'm saying it's unique circumstances like that that are going to lead to these questions that we may not have initially jumps to mind when you think, well, of course people don't move that often. Well, in these communities, they do. And so just want to make sure that folks know that all those answers can come to you if you call the telephone line and get that direct reflection on your specific circumstance. So with that, I'll bring it back. I'm going to go to Supervisor Askew and then Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess a couple questions that have come up just as we trying to understand and quickly come to speed on this particular issue. We have a number of different jurisdictions that the county administers our taxation for all of our properties and local jurisdictions across the county. And so my understanding is this is an isolated incident that was specific because of the way in which the two different districts were configured. And so I'm just looking, and as it's been explained to me, this was an isolated incident, and it was something that's not likely to have occurred in other scenarios or situations. So I'm just looking for that assurance.
Yeah, that's correct. So this is the only one that has, the two districts, the SFID and then a district-wide.
Okay, so thank you for that assurance. That is helpful. Having said that, though, and I think just because of the significance of the public trust and taxation, and I'm not sure if this is a county council question or where we would give this direction officially, but I do think it would be appropriate and helpful to give direction in the right place, to ask for an audit to be conducted, external audit that would provide additional assurance to the public and our jurisdictions to know that we've done a double, triple check. Is that something that would be appropriate within this item, or would we need that to come back as a separately agendized item?
It would be appropriate within this item with a motion from the board.
Okay, so we can add that to our motion. And then I know and for me, our top priority, of course, would be making sure that those taxpayers who are affected, that they're our top priority to get their questions answered. So right now, I think that's 100% who we want to make sure we're prioritizing. But if other jurisdictions do have questions about or would like to have their data double, triple checked or reviewed, would they also, the information, do we have information for them in the FAQs as well, and direct contact information?
So the FAQs are going to be a live document that'll continue to change over time. So just in the question that was just asked in terms of, hey, I just bought this parcel, what does that mean for me? We will add that if it's not there already. Okay. And then in addition to questions from jurisdictions, we could add something specific to who to call if you have a question, if you want to double check, if you're with the school district in Carmel and you just want to double check that how things are going, that would be one of the options there.
Okay, fantastic. And then for just any of our District 4 jurisdictions, whether you're a school district or a parks district, I tried to just make a handful of phone calls last night and this morning just to provide a heads up. But if you have questions, if you need information, if you need to know who to contact to get more information, please don't hesitate to contact myself or our office, and we'll make sure we make a direct, warm handoff to get your questions answered. And I just want to say thank you to our chair and the team for pulling together as much information as quickly as you have, because it is important that we are taking care of our residents who are affected. I think that's definitely our top priority. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to weigh in just because I wanted to address what I know is coming. And thank you, Chris. You're very nice, because I could assume you're going to get a lot of angry constituents. You're going to get some that are happy they're going to get a reimbursement, but you're going to get more that are going to be pretty upset, because I think all those hardworking families, they go to work, they come back, they spend time with their families, and to all of a sudden get a notice that they owe perhaps hundreds, if not thousands, sometimes some might get tens of thousands, there's going to be a lot of angry folks and said, how could this have happened? How could it not been caught sooner? It's been 4 years. Nobody likes to be saddled with more debt than they already have, right? And even if there's a payment plan, and even if the fees are being waived, they're now going to carry that burden on whatever bills they're paying. It's going to be worse, and even if it's broken up in pieces, they're going to be saddled with that uneasiness and unpleasantness that now they're having to pay more than perhaps what they could when they have a fixed income or when they're just getting by. As you know, everything's becoming much more expensive. So I just wanted to speak to that and let people know I acknowledge that, and because they expect us to be the professionals to catch these things early. That he said if it's going to the county and I'm paying my taxes, they're the professionals. They should never have to deal with this coming because it was on our county's fault, on our county side. And they're right on that, and I want to speak to that. But I also want to speak to that we should have an improved system, as you were saying, to catch this. And this is not unique. We're not the only place where it's happened, but it's not unique in the matter that we deal with these types of bonds all the time, right? School districts are doing them all the time. There's other types of bonds that your office has to do. There has to be a process where we double check and triple check. And even after a year, look back and say, okay, is this the right numbers? Is this the right thing? We have to. We can't allow this to happen again down the road. And I think that's what the public's also going to want to hear from you, that we're better addressing it. The last piece before I pass it to you, Rupa, was just on the outreach plan. What else beyond the FAQs? What else is the plan? Because once they get the notices, they're going to call Chris's office. They're going to call your office. And right now, if the press is watching, that should be part of any news story. What are we doing to address their concerns, to explain what happened? Even if the FAQs will be changing and being supplemented down the road, if they get their bill, there should be something to tell them, this is the phone number, this is the website, perhaps some preliminary information, preliminary FAQs, but if you want more, go to this website. Spanish and English, of course, bilingually. We have to talk about it now. What is the plan to explain what happened and to answer people's concerns and frustrations? What resources are going to be available for them? So if you could just speak to that, I think that's an important piece to lay out here.
Rupa, I can help you with that as well. And Pasculi is on the line as well. He's a public information officer. And before Rupa addresses the piece related to her office's response, in terms of the county as a whole, we do have a website that's going live. There's a banner that's going to be attached to Rupa's auditor controller website that will direct people to the frequently asked questions, the news release that'll go out this afternoon, and also a sample letter of what will accompany the tax bills that'll be coming from the treasurer tax collectors to the individuals that are impacted. Initially, Rupa could say what pieces, it'll be in different pieces, but we also plan to have a town hall in the city of Gonzales within the school district's jurisdiction. And we do have, sorry, I can't read my writing here. We have a media brief also scheduled tomorrow where Rupa will be a part of that and answering questions live. But we have a variety of things that'll be happening simultaneously, but I'm going to turn it over to Rupa now.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the question, as well as thank you for the partnership. We have been working very closely and collaboratively with the CAO's office, tax collector's office, county counsel's office, and assessor's office as well. And we appreciate this collaboration. And as Sonia De La Rosa, our CAO, mentioned, the Auditor Controller's Office has stood up a designated phone line to start fielding the questions, helping the callers with the information and support them. The Auditor Controller's Office also has stood up a specific web page on our website to share the FAQs that will be also shared on another site, as Sonia mentioned, as well we have prepared the notice letters in my office that will accompany the tax bills that will go out from the tax collector's office. And as also Sonia mentioned, myself and my team will be participating in the media briefing tomorrow. And we stand ready to really provide further information on any front and every front that is necessary. And lastly, I can address Supervisor Alejo's question as well. We have already double-checked and triple-checked Supervisor Alejo and everybody out here, all supervisors as well as the public, to just assure them that we have looked into our records and we are going to continue that process ongoing. And we have recently developed a plan to have an annual process in my office, because these tax calculations do occur on an annual basis. So prior to the annual process taking place, we will be actually internally reviewing all calculations that are in place, in addition to the new calculations that we are going to be making, and have a cross-check, double-check, triple-check our numbers before they are finalized. So we have beefed up and really strengthened the process within my office.
There's one more item that I didn't cover. We did reach out to the Gonzales Unified School District, as did Supervisor Lopez, and we also reached out to the city of Gonzales. They have requested statements that they can share with the public so that they could point them back to the right folks. There's going to be also a QR code developed to point people back to this website as well. And if Nick Pasculi's on the line, I'd like him to kind of cover some of those other issues that I may have missed.
And perhaps some of the website and the school board's school district's website.
All of that's going to be shared.
Great,
Yes.
thanks.
Yes, so thank you, supervisors, and thank you, Sonia. So the website, you'll be able to access the special page on the Auditor Controller's website from the county's homepage. There'll be a green banner on top of our website in the same position that we put other types of critical alerts. And there'll also be a banner icon in the center of the page where we have special features for people to get to things quickly. We have a social media campaign that we have developed assets for. We've shared those assets with the Gonzales Unified School District as well as the City of Gonzales. Again, as Sonia mentioned, we did develop a QR code to take people directly to the website. The website is in English and Spanish. We are also in the process of translating these complex documents, the press release, the statements and whatnot into Spanish. That is taking a little bit of time because of the technical nature. But we do have one statement already completed. We did provide the statement to the Gonzales Unified School District as well as the City of Gonzales. And then, so we have a full-on, effort to help the Auditor Controller's Office get this information out and to make it as easy as possible for the residents in the affected area. End of report.
Thank you. I just wanted to concur with everything that my colleagues have said, and it is really important that the public has faith in the process, and so I do want to support my colleague's desire for an external audit. I think that would be an important part of the motion. And then I wanted to thank Supervisor Lopez for, I'm sure, what's been a lot of incoming and will continue to be so. And let folks in my district know as well if they have any questions about tax measures and bonds that have been that have been executed through the county, that if they have any questions, we can answer those in our office as well. And then the last thing I was thinking is just calling the county can be so frustrating in general anyway. And so, if there is a possibility of manning that line, not just through a message machine or something like that when people aren't there, but maybe even getting an answering service so it's a human on the line just for this period of time, that when folks aren't available to answer the phone, it's a person that can take down the message. It might just be something to think about. Just a thought.
Through the chair, so we are planning, Supervisor Daniels, we are planning to respond and not go through the answering machines or not go through the, voicemails or things like that. So this designated line is actually going to ring to at least 3 staff members in my office. So we are making sure that the phones will be picked up. And I also want to add that when constituents call to your office, please transfer them to this designated line in my office so then we can appropriately provide all the information and answer their questions.
And I was also more just referring to constituents of mine being school districts and city officials and anyone that might just have concerns about other tax assessments that have been levied in the past and want to make sure that they're accurate. But thank you for this report. I really appreciate it.
So that is a good question, though, Rupa. Is that line 8 to 5, or will it be 9 to 7? Because a lot of folks, they're working, right? Especially folks that live in Gonzales and Chular. So what hours will that line be manned?
Currently, we have planned it for 8 to 5, Supervisor. But we can try to flex it up and down as well and try to arrange our team's timing to come in the office and leave the office a little bit late, come in the office a little bit early. So we can try to coordinate that further. That would not be a problem.
I think for the first couple weeks, that would be really important because that's when folks are going to be opening the bills and trying to call as they get home in the evening, and they're going to want to know right away, why is this happening?
Yeah, well, we should be definitely able to work on that.
Okay.
And have it more than 8 to 5, probably 7 to 6 or something.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Church, any thoughts?
No, nothing to add.
Okay. All right, then, given that information, any additional questions or comments from the dais? Then I would move approval of the item as laid out and directed, requested by staff and the Auditor Controller's Office, along with the request of including an external audit on all bonds, just to be clear and give peace of mind to community. And we've got a motion, a second. Is there clarification?
So all bonds and parcel taxes.
Yeah, okay. Bonds and parcel taxes, motion and second hold. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions, the motion carries. Thank you. All right. With that, we have under other board matters, no new referrals, and so we're going to go to the CAO's comments. And as we wrap that item, I do also want to give a deep note of appreciation to Nick Pasculi, who has been working crazy hours to help us get all set up for that, and it does not go unnoticed, Nick, so thank you. Sonia, CAO comments?
Let me give you some good news. How about
All
that?
right.
So today we want to acknowledge the work, from the assessor's office, and I feel like this might be a repeat, but it's definitely worth repeating if that's the case. The assessor conducted 4,652 reappraisal events that were enrolled, adding $1.8 billion in assessed valuation for the period of July 1st, 2024 to present. The clerk's office had performed 803 civil marriages. The clerk, recorder, and assessor staff participated, and as of July 1st, 2024 to the present, it's generated $80,300 in revenue through these civil marriages. And the recorder's office, phase 1, consisting of approximately 11,500 documents that were identified as having unlawful restrictive covenant language from recorded records in the office of the county recorder, have been completed by the recorder's office staff. They've been reviewed, redacted, and approved by council per section 12955L of the government code in AB 1466. Great job.
All right, with that, let's jump into board comments. Volunteers? Voluntold? Supervisor Askew.
Well, let's see here. Got guess it was June 14th, Seaside, the Monterey County Black Caucus held a phenomenal Juneteenth celebration in partnership with the city of Seaside. It was an all-out community party at Laguna Grande Park. The street was closed. There are kids' activities, music, food booths, arts. It was phenomenal all-day event. Just wanted to say they blew it out of the park. I don't know how they beat that next year. Anyway, so great job, Monterey County Black Caucus. There were a number of other Juneteenth celebrations throughout the community at Hartnell and a couple other churches. And just hope that everyone had a chance to celebrate and just partake in the joy and jubilee that was Juneteenth this year in Monterey County. Coming up, we have a Veterans of the Year Awards. There's still time to get your applications in, your nominations in, and those are my brief comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo?
Thank you. I just wanted to announce that we have our California Racial Justice Commission meeting happening this Thursday at 9:30 in our Monterey room. And my office had originally been approached by the governor's staff back in February, wanting to see, because they wanted to host a meeting in Salinas, and we're glad our county facilities were able to accommodate them. And so I hope their meeting goes good on Thursday. I got a conflict, but I think my staff has reached out to make sure that our IT team could help them with their Zoom broadcast, as we've had some difficulties with some folks, especially with this kind of meeting. We want to make sure that their experience here is a good one. And if there's issues, we could just help them with technical help if that were to arise. Also, just wanted to announce that on July 9th, I've asked that we honor our outgoing Mexican Consulate General, Alejandra Bologna. She's going to be taking a different assignment somewhere else. So I think she resigns from her post or her positions that she's held, I think, for the last 6 years. And she has been a great partner with us in a lot of different endeavors, and always willing to step up. But it is a difficult assignment. It's a lot of area cover, and she's put in a good 6 years. And so we want to honor her on our last meeting before we head out for summer recess. And she will be gone by the time we return in August. And last but not least, I just want to take a moment to congratulate my staff, Jasmine Mejia, and her soon-to-be husband, Diego Mandujano. Really two excellent, really hardworking people. Jasmine has been such a blessing in my office, one of the best I've had in that position in all my 17 years in politics. And Diego works for the Salinas Unified School District, so we want to wish them both the best with their life together ahead. And their wedding will be this Saturday. So congratulations to them both. And if we could give them a round of applause, just wishing them well. Congrats, Jasmine and Diego.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. I'll start with the big news of the week for the 5th District in one corner of the district, which is that the Carmel Valley Road Laurelis Grade Roundabout construction project has commenced, and the work will occur during daytime hours for constituents. That's between 8:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. And I cannot say this enough, thanks to the designers of this project, it will be conducted in phases, so two-way traffic will be allowed at all times. And I know folks have a lot of thoughts about the roundabout right now and construction, but please know that two-way traffic will be allowed at all times throughout the construction period, and that work will be paused during busy times like Car Week. And for more information, there is a press release, but it's a project that is a priority project from the Carmel Valley Road Advisory Committee. It's funded by Carmel Valley Traffic Mitigation Fees, a Monterey Bay Air Resources District grant, and local county Measure X funds. In addition to that update, like Supervisor Askew had mentioned, we are still seeking nominations as well for Veteran of the Year. So District 5 residents can please feel free to reach out to our office. with any nominations. And tomorrow I will be at Monterey Peninsula Pride. And like I said earlier today, truly one of the most joyous events. I will be walking with many other people, including my son's high school. And I'm really looking forward to being with everyone tomorrow and marking Pride. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see Supervisor Church, so I'm assuming he had to run out. I'm going to jump in and just share that I'll be headed up to Alturas, which is on the line with Lassen and Modoc counties here for a meeting of RCRC. Furthest corner, darn near getting into Oregon at this point, but that'll be a fun one. Looking forward to meeting with Secretary Crowfoot and his second in command to talk about key issues for our rural communities, including the wolf population in Northern California. So looking forward to that conversation. This Wednesday, I'll be missing it, but my staff will be in attendance as Fort Hunter Liggett will go through a change of command. And so I want to thank the outgoing leadership there who have been absolutely incredible in supporting community and going through some trying times, including a nearly month-long period without power on base and a week and a half long period without water on base. They've been through some really big challenges, and so just want to thank them for their leadership and their partnership, and more importantly, their friendship over the last couple of years as we've worked together to pull off some key things like Operation Santa together. Last night, Supervisor Church and myself had the opportunity to attend the Arts Council for Monterey County reception for grantees here in Salinas, and all 5 offices were represented, and we were able to hand out certificates and, more importantly, checks to organizations within each one of our districts who is doing the important work of keeping the arts alive, especially at a time when arts can be a form of healing. So I want to thank the Arts Council, but also all the grantees for the work that they're doing in our communities, as I did last night. Last week, Rod from Social Services, Franks, took the lead in welcoming GoBiz, the governor's office, who came down to see what we were doing in terms of investments in the immigrant community, and specifically in the immigrant business community. So it was really exciting to have them in Greenfield, to have a great roundtable with so many partners from Santa Cruz County and Monterey County to talk about the investments that we're making jointly. They were especially excited by our mobile unit and how we're reaching out into community to make resources available. So I want to thank the governor's office for sending Ms. Ford down and her team to be part of that. I also want to share that you obviously met our South County Young Leaders today. We're excited about them. They had their first round of meetings today, and we look forward to spending the summer with them. And as part of that, we are moving. We've kind of teased it over time, but now officially last Friday we made the big move and moved all the big furniture. And so my staff, Priscilla and Karina, were down in King City today, kind of setting up the final details as part of that move. And so I want to thank everybody who made that possible. There'll be more details in the near future as we prepare for a grand opening. But just want to let everybody know we're now officially set up shop in King City next to the Dutch Brothers, who are very easy to find right off the freeway in a county facility. So excited to be home. And then I want to share last week we had a great listening session in Greenfield. A lot of folks participated in a really meaningful way. I really enjoyed the conversation. I had a few folks who were kind of stern-faced at the back, and by the end they were fully engaged and sitting down and leaning forward, and we had some great conversations about opportunity and challenges for us in South County. And I'll just share as part of that July 2nd will be our next one in Soledad, and so look forward to sitting and being with community for that session as well. And with that, I don't believe we have any adjourn in memories, but we may have. Yeah.
Can I just say one thing? Just to add one quick thing. For whatever reason, I feel exhausted as if it were a Friday, but Pride is not tomorrow. It is Saturday. And I will be celebrating Pride on Saturday at the event.
Celebrate tomorrow. Every day. All right. So we'll turn to council to see if there's anything to report out of closed session.
There is no reportable action for either agenda.
All right. It is. All right. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.